watching Adit TV, empowering you. You're watching Adit TV, empowering you. You're watching Adit TV, empowering you. You're watching Adit TV, empowering you.
Hear from them how best they can work together with us to improve service delivery of the people of Mbarara. So I welcome you once again, and I can see the number is close to 40 to 50%. We can buy in a few minutes and then see how best we can begin so that others find us along the way in the process. But I'm grateful for your time, I'm grateful for your commitment, and I remain grateful for all the positive contributions and ideas that you will give towards this conference. This process marks the beginning of the planning and budgeting process, and that's why we need your critical inputs in areas of service delivery. To give you a small highlight of what we do during planning and budgeting, is that the planning and budgeting process is supposed to start around September and then end around May. So, around September, what do we expect? Around September, as government, we expect the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to issue what we call the first budget called circular, which is a letter telling us the first indicative planning figures that we can use for basis of planning and budgeting. So when we receive the first budget called circular, we at the same time invited. There are the national budget conference and then the regional budget conferences. So we first go for the regional budget conferences for the center to communicate their guidelines on how they want us to plan and budget this year. So we concluded the regional budget conference last month in this month of October, I think last month in October, which took place in Fort Portal. So from there, we are now required to hold our district level, city level, municipal level budget conferences. So in the district, city level conferences, we communicate guidelines from the ministry from the regional trainings, and the inputs from departments and local governments. So we should have combined all that to present to you today. So when we are done with this budget conference, we're supposed to prepare the first draft budget from this conference, and then we submit it to the Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Finance uses the first draft budget conferences to see whether our needs, our financial requirements are met, and to see whether they can get additional funding for our requirements. So around January, we expect the second budget code circular. The second budget code circular either confirms the draft estimates or communicates improvements, that is additions or deductions in the budget estimates. So we receive that guidance from Ministry of Finance. So your inputs today should help us to generate a draft budget that we shall submit to Ministry of Finance. And when Finance receives it, works on it, by January, they give us a second code circular saying, we have improved here, or we have reduced here in your budget. So, make appropriate adjustments. Now, when we have got that, we push for the draft budget, which we have to lay to you, our council, around March. Then from up with the annual work plans, which we have to lay to your council in April, and have both the plans approved and the budgets approved by May. So that is the process, members, that we have started today, and for which we seek your total support and commitment, so that as Mbarara, we submit a reasonable, comprehensive draft budget that will not disturb our council with many changes, supplements, and alterations. That way, we'll have made our work much better. Now, at the same time, we are here to echo to all our local governments, the town councils, the sub-counties, that this is a mandatory process requirement. So as we complete the district level conference, all town councils, all sub-counties must organize their level budget conference. As you noted in the assessment under the Office of the Prime Minister, it is a requirement. You must get inputs of your parishes and villages. You must engage your councils to come up with their priorities. So you must, from here, organize and have the budget conference held. I know there are issues of budgeting and all this, but the councils can sit and see how best that one can be handled. But it is a requirement, and as you all well know, this year it is one of the areas that is scoring Mbarara low, right? So we need to fill this gap after here. I am reliably informed that the team is ready, and in the interest of time, we can begin on that part after, and then we begin the meeting thereafter. But in the meantime, I wish to recognize the presence I want to recognize the arrival District Vice Chairperson. I wanted to mention this before I leave the mic. So you are most welcome. The seats are in front here. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. Okay, so allow me at this point, having taken you through the whole journey of planning and budgeting and why we are here, to officially hand you over to the session chairperson to take through a few areas as our team gets very ready. Bwana Arthur, you most welcome.
For this. Once again, good morning, members. You're most welcome to this budget conference. And as per the invitation, I see we are on the right track. Among the invited people, we have heads of departments, all section heads, and I think they are here with us. You can stand up and wave if you're here already. The heads of departments or heads councillors who are with us, and members of executive. If you're around, please, you can stand up and wave to us for recognition. You're most welcome. We have the sub-county chiefs and the town clerks for our lower local governments. Stand up for recognition, please. You are most welcome. I've been informed that they have been late. They had some other commitments, but they are going to join us later. But we are expecting them to be with us in this consultative meeting. We have CBOs and NGOs. If you belong to a CBO or an NGO and you are invited, please stand up for recognition. You are most welcome. We have the private sector. You know, as government, we cannot do without the private sector, and it's what has made government to be there. Mr. Kayumbu, you're most welcome, and in your capacity as our mentor, we warmly welcome you to this consultative meeting. For women, people with disabilities, and youth, if you're with us here, kindly stand up for recognition. I think, yes, you are most welcome. Then we have our development partners who are here with us. Accord is here. Yes. And any other from our development partner? I saw some lady. Yes. You are most welcome. Then we are expecting our members of parliament. We are expecting our members of parliament. We are expecting the RDC. He has called in and he tells us that he will be joining us. We have the chairperson for state level bodies. We have our chairperson for our district service commission, Mr. Gordon Wagomono. He can stand up for recognition. We have the support staff, those who welcomed us on the front desk. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and keep it up. We have the media. The media, you're here with us. We thank you for coming and gracing this occasion. As Wanasiril informed us, we have a program that we're going to follow. Yes, I've been informed. Yes, thank you. We have the chairpersons and mayors for town councils and sub-counties amidst us. Kindly stand up for recognition. Yeah, thank you. With us, those of us who have received this document, those of us with this document on the first page, then the second page, behind is the second page of the first. We have our program today, for today, and I think the first item, all of us have been taken through that one, which is to do with arrival and registration. Then next we shall have the anthems. We called the cow, and he has informed us that he's a bit committed, but he will be joining us in about 15 minutes. But we need to start because we are running short of time. Tomorrow belongs to us, and it belongs to the people who prepare for it. And as we're in this room, we have come to prepare for tomorrow. We might not be there tomorrow, but we have sons and daughters whom we have to prepare for this future. And the future belongs to us. And if it belongs to us, that means we have to prepare it for our future generation. And at this juncture, can we have our anthems? I request all of us to stand up for the anthems.
turi tatanyamahanga twenda kusima aho cyinshi cy'amagara twenda kusima aho kutwebembera twije jya mu rukiko uru kutebekanza budget yitu y'inkumibera aho batebekanza z'umwanya wo abatwakira kandi areva abatarabize kutebekanza kutaragera urukiko runtu twenda kusima aba stakeholders bona abantu partners bitu twenda kusima aba government yitu n'umjeji twenda kusima abo bebezi twenda bariya kandi tukushaba mukama kotereza ubwenge aho twatagizire ubwenge nabo ntije abantu tukore butaribe tukushaba bizumva gitege cyo kutekateka kugera nyincakare tubereye umugasha baba kigambere waha ngwito tutebekanisa ubundi basaka bantaraho mukatwenda tutebekanisa kirungi ekiri kwija kuwera buri omwe na mnongo Mbarara na n'umunyaganda atlaji mwe tukushaba ohereze partners bitaba ukuribare kandi bongeremo n'amana mu kutereza ituka government twine bitwine kunkana bo twatagizire byabe bose rero batereza ubundi basaba utashikiriza mwe tukushaba mukama bongere mbingi kandi tutekateke na munonga tugere priorities aho abantu bita kutukwebembera akwantu mangu budget n'ikikwato kikuru twatagizire budget nungi ubundi tubasaba utashikiriza ebishinga abantu kora abantu bita mwe mukama twakushaba ibyo bice konke bitukwenda nibingi konka abo bonge wawe nja kututamu ntugera urukiko rundi tujyana n'ikikwato cy'urundi iki cyaturida twena twiterera mu tukikore kandi antushaba no mukora kwitu tugeze tube objective aho ko yahiya serve the population when interest so ubundi zitu nk'abantu tuzidaharwa konka tugire ekiri kujya kuwera twena nk'abantu mukama tukushaba ngo gumene itwaha kandi ubutarara igihugu muturinzire aho ko turinzire aho ko tubasise kandi kitarakora iki n'icyakare kije kibe nicyo cyabo buzurize nebyo mukama twashaba turukararo mu izina rya Yesu Kristo mukama wetu amen.
Yeah, thank you very much for
the two sessions now that we've covered. I've been reliably informed that our tea is ready, as we welcome our other members that we've been waiting for. Omushomi nigo watushabisa yaigo kutushabisa kwa ibyo bitu mwene mukama tukushaba ngibyo kuri bitwaza pia nibitwaza kunywa bituletera amani agokoraje byone byokunda amen. So we invite you for tea, then let us have a short break tea because we are running short of time. 15 minutes, we get back here and we go back to business. You're all invited for tea. Thank you.
Okay. I've been informed that we shall take this route. The tea will be served from
my extreme right as we exit from here. Okay? Feel free to go and take tea, but kindly let us keep time, 15 minutes, and we get back to business.
Is watching us live on AETV. We are coming to you live from the Adit Mall, Mbarara. And just like you could be able to read down on your screen, we are, getting to receive the Mbarara District Local Government budget that is going to take the district for, the year 2023-2024. And we always, of course, always very, very proud to, engage and have this live for you. Mbarara District Local Government, of course, was, cut out to give birth to the current Mbarara city. And apparently we will be able to understand the budget that we are about to be, read to is actually not that of the city. You may not want to consider or confuse the two. This will be for the Mbarara District Local Government, which I think previously that was Kashari, and that's where you will be able to for whatever numbers that they will be putting across, they will be targeting that very, very geographical area. Now, well, just like you could be able to see in the background, it is already a full house, and we may not actually want to wait any longer. Just that the lead just announced that the delegates will be heading shortly for a break, and then we could be able to actually come back to take you through, of course, shortly or briefly around the program, how it is actually supposed to be running, and maybe why you need actually to keep glued on your phone or laptop, wherever you're watching from. Of course, people, like already told you, already arrived, and anthems of prayer, of course, already gone. After that, we expect to have the Chief Administration Officer, Kao, of course, opening remarks, talking to his people here. And then later we are, of course, expecting the RDC also to give his remarks. And later after that is when we are going to be welcoming, presentations. And number one is going to be a strategic direction for the third National Development Plan, and then the District Development Plan also. This will be, of course, carried out by the district planner, and then later we hear, about the district performance for the financial year, the previous year that we are almost ending, and that is 2021 2022, in case we actually had any few achievements that we actually had. Now also a presentation about the district quarter one, that is we're talking about the quarter within 2022-2023 performance. We understand that we actually already finished quarter one, and how are we faring already? That will be the Deputy Chief Administration Officer taking us through that very performance. The reason that you don't actually have to get off this very stream. Now, of course, beyond that, we should be able to receive a few more presentations, and we understand that district, of course, is segmented into different departments. We should be able to hear now, for instance, from the integrated transport infrastructure, how we are faring there. Then innovation, technology, development and transfer. This is very important, especially for our young people here, and people trying to create stuff here and there in the district. We should be able to get that around innovation, technology and development and transfer. All these District Natural Resources Officer is going to be taking us through. We also have mineral-based industrialization. Do we have anything to industrialize here in Mbarara District? Could we have some minerals that we may want to pay attention to? This is going to be a chance to hear out from this very presentation. Now, also the sustainable energy development, as we ponder on, energy here and there. Do we have anything to note from Mbarara District? It is another big question that can only actually be answered by the District Natural Resources Officer that is going to be presenting, I think, in a few reasons that you don't have to drop off this very stream. Now we will be also hearing out from or about the petroleum development program, still within the same line, but also the sustainable energy development, and then later the sustainable urban development. Well, we understand that Mbarara District, of course, already did well. Giving birth to Mbarara City shows you the rate at which the district is actually able to grow within urban development. So can we actually also do the same? Can we see what do we have around sustainable development, urban development? Can we maybe expect Wizibwera, for instance, to be coming to a municipality very soon? That can only be answered by what we are actually about to be watching. Now, the natural resources, environment and climate change, then land and water management is part of what we will be able to hear out very shortly from the District Natural Resources Officer, why you don't actually have to move away. Now later we're also going to be getting a presentation from the Senior Education Officer, and basically this is going to ponder on the human capital development and well, how far we are with community mobilization and mindset change. The biggest question, of course, in the country has been whether the mindset could actually, be changed towards development, because at the end of the day, we understand that it's a role for me and you, people in Mbarara and beyond, that could actually see whatever that we plan, coming to life. Now, the Senior Education Officer, of course, we also expect to hear out administration. I understand that the Deputy CAO here will be coming in on administration of, justice and legislation, oversight and representation. How are we, our councillors, actually well taken care of, or it is a question that is only yet to be answered? Now, all those will be coming if you actually don't go away from this very site. Now, later we will also be hearing out from the production officer about agro-industrialization. We understand that Mbarara District local government was recently awarded at the Ginger agriculture show as the best district in the in the country. how far with this, how far with agro-industrialization, we will be able to hear out from that. Now, how about manufacturing? Where are we? Do we have, some industrial park coming for the district, or we actually have to yet, wait for that? Now, the private sector development, how are we, with relationships with, the private sector? Because, of course, just like it already been said here a minute ago, we will need private sector partnerships to, move the district ahead. And of course, this is not only for Mbarara, but also you remember that even at the global, center stage, the very last SDG talks about at least partnerships that making sure that we achieve the above kind of sectorial kind of plans. Now, private sector, of course, there comes to be very, very pivotal. Then tourism development, where are we? Where do we stand when it comes to tourism? Is the district preparing herself to at least fetch some income from the tourism sector? All those will be answered actually today. Now, later, the Chief Finance Officer, but also with the Deputy CAO, will also be able to take us through whether we have the public sector, transformation. Where do we stand in that very, very earlier? Then governance and security, we also understand that these are very, very key for any other development plan. Where do we stand? Now, we could say or read out the plan, but how about the implementation? We will also hear out the development plan implementation. How are we going to actually be achieving whatever the district put across in the plan? And then later, digital transformation. We understand that this era, you cannot actually run away from the digital kind of integration. How far with the district when we come to all these sectors, the education sector, agriculture, health? Where are we when it comes to digitalization of this very, very district? Now, all those should be able to come along, and you don't have to miss. All this will be live on Adit TV. Later, we will be able to hear out on, immunization agenda 2030, how the district is actually able to, adapt to this. Now, the district health officer is actually the person that you will be hearing out from to share where we are as regards immunization agenda 2030. All these will be live on Adit TV. Now, beyond or after lunch, you should be able also to expect development partners to come around and, pitch or present how far they are, working with the district. What plans could they be having, and what we actually generally should be able to expect from these development partners. You don't have to miss, especially if you have interest in, partnering with the district. That could be your area to go. Now, we will actually also have a plenary discussion kind of session where all participants will be given a chance to, utter out whatever they, have on mind. Different opinions, of course, but also reacting to the budget itself. We expect different, suggestions to be coming around, and then later we will have way forward and closure. But we've been informed that beyond this very, very budget, we will be having several other sessions before actually this is getting to be implemented. Now, the document I have, just like we usually see the national, budget conference, it is a very, very long one, and you don't have to miss a penny or a minute out of this. All this to be, dissected in today's very, very session. And again, you don't have to miss. So what questions could you be having around the district budget? Which areas are you interested in? All those can actually come in the comment section, and we should be able to, once in a while at least, be able to respond to some of these questions. And in case you have a question, of course, point it out to some of the planning officers here. We should be able to actually pull out these questions to get them to the right officers to see whether actually you will be getting an answer here and there. Now, of course, to also make a disclaimer that whatever you're going to be hearing out from this very conference, that will be a draft budget. Whatever I'm holding here is actually a draft budget framework paper. So you don't have sometimes to get worried in case some of these things, appear like kind of debatable. We've been informed there are several stages that this document goes through. From here, if we actually get these suggestions from the members, we expect it to be forwarded to other players or actors before it is actually adopted fully and it is actually financed. Why this is also important is that we will be able to get a chance to hear out previously how we are faring, how far we with the previous kind of implementation. We understand that the first quarter is, if not almost gone, and how far are we? All these questions could be able to be answered today. So some of the dignitaries, of course, we expect at the event are general district stakeholders. We expect members of parliament within the Mbarara district local government at least to represent, to be represented around here, because we understand that's pivotal kind of positions that one would wish to hear out the issues here before the legislature kind of comes at play. Now, of course, local leaders, councillors, but also the district kind of technical leaders will all be expected to be around here. We're talking about the administration arm of the district, because these, at the end of the day, are implementers of these very whatever plans that are put across. That is to say that all political players in the district very well expected to be here. Now, of course, to be proud a little bit, Adit is another partner of the district, and us, coming around to, be here for this cause is not, a surprise. To call on you, please don't go away, keep around, share this link, let other fellows, also follow live this very important event in the district, and we should be able to promise you that immediately after this short break, we should be able to come back to let you actually enjoy everything live, just as it will be happening at this very venue. Don't go away. We will be right back.
informed when we had started, but we have a program that we are following. And I think everyone has a big document that we got from the front desk, which indicates the budget, the draft budget. And on the second page, we have the program for today. And we have covered a few items. And I think all of us have registered with the front desk. We had the anthems, we had the prayer, and I think now we are set to go when the cow officially opens our meeting. But I was kindly requesting those who are still out to kindly join us, because we are running short of time. We are supposed to begin at 8 and end our program of today early. But before us, we have heads of departments, we have the district councillors and the district executive committee. We have the sub-county chiefs and the town clerks. We have the chairpersons for sub-counties and town councils. We have religious leaders before us. We have members from the community-based organizations and NGOs that are being represented here. We have colleagues from the private sector with us today. We have the chairpersons for youth, women, and people with disabilities. They are with us today. We have our development partners, and I request those development partners that are supposed to make presentations kindly get in touch with Keith, our population officer, so that he puts you on the program. But again, you are most welcome to this budget conference. We are expecting our members of parliament, and I think they will join us shortly. We are expecting to have our resident district commissioner to grace this occasion, and we've contacted him, we are in touch with him, and he will be joining us shortly. We have chairpersons for statutory bodies with us this morning, and you are most welcome to this consultative meeting. With us, we have the support staff, and lastly, we have the media with us. So at this juncture, you will allow me to welcome our Chief Administrative Officer to give us the opening remarks. Wanakao, you're most welcome.
Our district chairperson, district members of the executive are here, members of commissions and board present here, our district councillors who are here, heads of departments, our implementing partners, media, everybody, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome to this budget conference that is a mandatory exercise to every local government, including the rural local governments. And I take the opportunity now to welcome you here and give my remarks. I take the opportunity to welcome you to this budget conference, which kickstarts the budget preparation process for the financial year 2023-2024. This follows the national budget conferences and the regional budget conferences. Actually, I take the honor to say I was among the people who were invited for the national budget conference with our district chairperson, and the regional budget conferences. Some of our colleagues joined in Fort Portal. And this conference intends to achieve the following objectives. Number one, we shall discuss the budget and work plan performance for the last financial year 2021-2022. We shall equally present the Q1 performance report for the current financial year 2022-2023. And lastly, we shall present the proposed budget for the financial year 2023-2024. Mr. Chairman and members, the theme for the National Development Plan 3, 2020-2021, 2024-2025, industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. That is our theme. Mr. Chairman and members, specifically for local governments, we are supposed to contribute towards the realization of the National Development Plan 3 outcomes through the implementation of the following key objectives to improve service delivery and to promote local economic development. Mr. Chairman and members, number one, we shall enhance value addition in key growth opportunities. Number two, we shall enhance private investment to create jobs. Number three, consolidating and increasing the stock and quality of products in productive infrastructure, enhancing productivity and social well-being of the plan. And finally, we shall strengthen the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development. Mr. Chairman and members, all this is intended to contribute toward the realization of the national vision, which is transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country by 2040. Chair and members, the arrangement of the budget of the district budget with NDP3. Arising from the changing priorities of government, there is a need to review and realign the budget to the National Development Plan 3 as a center focus during the planning and budgeting period for the next financial year. Therefore, as we embark on the preparation of the next budget, we are required to align our annual work plans and budget to the district strategic plan and the NDP programs, program implementation action plans, and their respective interventions. Mr. Chairman and members, the program budgeting system, which is PBS, and integrated financial management IFMS, have been reconfigured to accommodate the new budget structure and the revised chart of accounts in line with the revised NDP3 program and PIAPs. We are therefore expected to budget for the financial year 2023-2024 in line with the revised chart of accounts and PPS, in consideration that no budget adjustments will be allowed during execution. This is now a common, we have been instructed by the PSST that during the budget execution, there shall not be any other inclusion unless you have to capture it during the preparation and the budgeting time. So this is a matter that we must all of us know, that unless you have included this one in the process, you will not have it in the other implementation during execution. The Chairman and members, you are aware of the Parish Development Model PDM. This is now the central government focus and which must as well be our focus. The Parish Development Model is a government strategy or an approach for organizing and delivering public and private sector intervention for wealth creation and employment generation at the parish level as the lowest economic unit. The government is changing strategy that we must now develop starting from the parish level. So this is now the focus of the country, where as well as Mbarara and our local governments must have a focus on. The goal of the PDM is to increase the household income and improve the quality of Ugandans with a specific focus on the total transformation of the subsistence households into money economy, as well as the eradication of poverty and the vulnerability in Uganda. the PDM is implemented around 7 pillars. PDM on 7 pillars. The 7 pillars, they are as follows. Number 1, agriculture, value chain development, production, storage, processing, and marketing. Number 2, pillar number 2, infrastructure and economic services. Pillar number 3, financial inclusion. Pillar number 4, social services. Pillar number 5, community mobilization and mindset change. Pillar number 6, parish-based management information system. And pillar number 7, governance and administration. The chairman, I want to see everyone indicating how or she will contribute to the success of this program in this budget framework paper and in the next subsequent budget. Mr. Chairman and members, financing of the strategy for the financial year 2023-2024. As Mbarara district, our local revenue generation capacity has generally been tremendously reduced. This calls for innovativeness and creativity for coming up with other sources of income and soliciting for increased support from central government, development partners, and civil society organizations. No wonder today, Mr. Chairman and members, we have a number of IPs specifically here to support us, to look at our development plan, to look at our plans and see where they can support us. We are most welcome implementing partners. This, therefore, the budget for the financial year 2023-2024 will be financed through the following. Number 1, locally generated revenue. Number 2, central government grants. Number 3, donors on budget off-budget support. Number 4, income generating projects. And finally, exploring the use of innovative financing solutions through public-private partnership. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as you gathered here, Mbarara district leadership attaches great importance to this conference, and I call upon you to discuss the BDP3 program areas as well as the budget strategy for financial year 2022-2023 to sustain the socio-economic transformation of Mbarara district. Mr. Chairman and members, I wish to remind the budget desk to submit the budget framework paper and draft estimates to the Ministry of Finance and Planning and Economic Development by 12th of November. Statutorily, we are mandated to have submitted by this to enable the consolidation for onward submission to Parliament. The Chairman and members, as we may embark on the budget preparation, please ensure that you allocate resources to the highest priority areas that will enable us to achieve our growth objective. I call upon all of you to embrace the program approach to our district and annual work plans and the budgets. I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country. As a graduate Chief Administrative Officer, Mbarara. Thank you very much.
Brief remarks. I take this honor and opportunity to welcome our chairperson LC5, Mr. Tawarodidas. You're most welcome to this budget conference. I also take this opportunity to welcome our Deputy Speaker. She's with us in the House. Madam, you're most welcome. I also take this honor and opportunity to again welcome the executive members who have joined us, the DEC members. You're most welcome. And I also take this opportunity to again welcome the other council members who have joined us. We are going to proceed with our program today. And We have a next presentation, which will be on the strategic direction for the third NDP and DDP, then the district performance for the financial year 2021-2022. And this session will be facilitated by none other than the district planner. When a district planner, you're most welcome to this session. Kindly come forward and take us through this. Thank you.
The district chairperson, the chief and executive officer, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My name is Johnson Simileyo, and as has been introduced, I'm the district planner. I have been asked to take you through the strategic direction for both the country and the district of Mbarara. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda adopted the third National Development Plan in July 2020 as a framework for service delivery and development in the medium term, with the intention of realizing the national vision of a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. The goal of this development plan 3 is to increase household incomes and improve quality of life of Ugandans. And its theme, ladies and gentlemen, is to promote sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. The National Development Plan, this third National Development Plan, is based on the program approach, as the Chief Executive Officer already mentioned, to planning, budgeting, implementation, and reporting. So as we plan, as we budget and report, we have to do it on the basis of the 20 programs that have been identified by this National Development Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give a highlight on what is a program. A program refers to a group of related interventions that are intended to achieve common outcomes within a specified time frame. These programs were identified on the basis of key development issues which were identified during the national planning process. And these need to be addressed in order to achieve the overall goal, objectives of the NDPC, along with corresponding strategies and aspirations towards achievement of the national vision that we have already talked about. This approach takes into account the program and performance-based budgeting to address persistent implementation challenges that has always resulted from coordinated planning, weak harmonization, limited sequencing of programs, and poor linkages between outcomes and outputs. So the main departure from the previous planning and budgeting processes is that this approach considers outcomes as opposed to mere outputs. So there is a need to ease comparison of the amounts that we spend in our plans, what outcomes are generated, so that the outputs that we generate, and the associated outcomes. This is the intention of this change planning approach. The NDP3 has 20 programs with well-articulated results, objectives, and interventions in order to achieve this goal. All of them are relevant to our district except for the program of regional development, which is meant for those areas in the country that are still lagging behind. In order to contribute towards the realization of the national goal, as local governments, we are required to fully align our plans and budgets to this third national development plan. And this will be achieved through adoption and adaptation of the national strategic direction, the programs with results, interventions, and values. Therefore, as we align our plans and budgets, we need to reflect on our vision and mission as a district. Ladies and gentlemen, the district vision is to be a well-planned, modern, and prosperous district by the same visionary period of 2040. And our mission is to promote sustainable socio-economic development and effective service delivery to the people of this district. These are well aligned to the national vision and goals, and this is why we have developed them in this manner. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you through the district development plan's strategic direction. The district has fully adopted the National Development Plan's 3 goal, theme, strategic objectives, and the programs for purposes of this alignment. And this implies that the district goal, theme, strategic objectives, and the programs are identical to those of the NDP3, as it will be articulated in the table below. I want to emphasize that all stakeholders within the boundaries of this country must adopt this approach to planning. And as a local government, we fully adopted the national strategic direction in regard to the goals, the theme, and the objectives. And as I already mentioned, our strategic direction is identical to the national strategic direction, because we are all contributing towards realizing of the same national vision, same national goal, and same national objectives. Therefore, objective number 1 as a district is to enhance value addition in key growth opportunities. The strategies are as indicated below, in the second column. So promotion of agro-industrialization, increasing local manufacturing activity, promoting mineral-based industrialization, harnessing the tourism potential, and promoting export-led growth. One may ask, that is it the district that is going to do all of this? As stakeholders of this country and this district, whether in civil society, whether in the private sector, in our communities and local governments, we are all supposed to contribute towards the realization of this objective by adopting these strategies. Therefore, I urge all of you who are present here to communicate this information to all our stakeholders to understand how we are going to contribute towards the development of our country through this objective. Objective number 2 is strengthening the private sector capacity to enable it to drive growth and create jobs. So providing suitable fiscal, monetary, and logistical environment for the private sector to invest, and also increasing local content participation. The third objective is to consolidate and increase the stock and quality of productive infrastructure through institutionalizing infrastructure maintenance, developing intermodal transport infrastructure, increasing access to reliable and affordable energy, and leveraging urbanization for social economic transformation. The fourth objective is to enhance productivity and social well-being of the population of Uganda and Mbarara in particular, by improving access and quality of social services, institutionalizing human resource planning, enhancing skills and vocational development, increasing access to social protection, and through promotion of development-oriented mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, our last objective, which is strengthening the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development through increasing government participation in strategic sectors, enhancing partnerships with non-state actors for effective service delivery, and lastly, bioengineering in public service to promote investment. This new approach of planning, budgeting, and reporting, gentlemen, has affected the way local governments will manage service delivery and development of the district. The government of Uganda has proposed program leadership by both political and technical leaders. As mentioned, we have 20 programs as a country. And as I mentioned before, 19 of these are relevant to Mbarara district. And this table that has been presented indicates who is going to coordinate and provide leadership for this cluster of different programs. The overall political leader of program implementation approach in the district is the chairperson of the district. And the overall technical leadership will be provided by the chief administrative officer. And these programs have been divided into clusters. Each of these clusters will have both a political leader and a technical leader. And planning, budgeting, and reporting is supposed to be on the basis of these clusters. Therefore, it is very important that we all note how these programs will be managed. The first cluster comprises of agro-industrialization program and manufacturing program. The political leadership will be provided by the Secretary for Production, Marketing, and Natural Resources, while technical leadership will be provided by the District Production Officer. The second cluster has Petroleum Development Program, Water, Climate Change, and Natural Resources Management Program, Mineral Development, and Sustainable Energy Development. Still, the Secretary for Production, Marketing, and Natural Resources will be in charge of this cluster, while the head of Natural Resources will be the technical leader of this cluster. Therefore, as we plan and budget, you should ensure that you play your roles as leaders of these clusters. The next cluster has two programs: private sector development and tourism development. Still, the Secretary for Production is the political leader for these two programs and this cluster, while the risk commercial officer will provide the technical leadership. The next cluster comprises of the program known as digital transformation, another one of integrated transport infrastructure and services, sustainable urban development, and innovation, technology development, and transfer. And the political leadership will be by the Secretary for Works and Technical Services. So this means that the district chairperson, who holds the portfolio of the Secretary for Works, will be responsible for the success of this cluster, while the district engineer will be the technical leader. The other cluster comprises of human capital development, community mobilization and mindset change, and administrative of justice. The Secretary for Social Services will be responsible for these two clusters. And in particular, the district education officer will be in charge of the human capital development as a technical leader, while the district community development officer will take the technical lead for this other cluster comprising of community mobilization and budget exchange, together with administration of justice. The second cluster comprises of governance and security strengthening, public sector transformation, and development plan implementation. The political leadership will be by the Secretary for Finance and Planning, while the technical leadership will be by the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. The last but not least is the program known as legislation, oversight, and representation. Here the political leader is the district speaker, and the technical leader is the clerk to council. So this is how these programs will be managed and continue to be managed so long as we are still using this approach at planning and budgeting. Therefore, this is to ask all of you to take a note of these developments and ensure that our budget framework papers, annual budgets and work plans and activities are aligned to these programs, so that we can be able to achieve both the national vision of transforming Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country, and our district vision of a well-planned, modern, and prosperous district by 2040. Allow me to end my presentation here, and thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen.
On our program, we're supposed to continue with another presentation, but I've been guided that we need to have our workshop opened officially, and I'll take this honor and opportunity to welcome our district chairperson, Mr. Tabarodidas, to officially open our meeting. You're most welcome, Bwana Chairman.
Political leaders present, Kao and your technical team, development partners, religious leaders present, the press, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you to this meeting, and I want to appreciate the fact that you have really reported on time and the conference is going on as planned. Yeah, this is a very important meeting, especially for political leaders who want to lobby for your different constituencies. This is the time that your input is highly required. As we plan to implement our next financial year budget, we must put our main focus on revenue, on local revenue mobilization. Because this syndrome of depending on central government has really made us powerless and sometimes hopeless. Because you all have to sit on your computer waiting to see whether they have sent some indicative planning figures for your department, and when they don't send, we get somehow paralyzed. I also want to encourage our technical team to invest in proposal writing. Let's make those proposals that can attract funding for our district. If some partners can fund a briefcase NGOs, why not a local government? It is not only limited to the district, even at lower level, at the sub-county local governance, you can also make those proposals. And as executive, we agreed that we shall even put some rewards for those officers who make proposals that attract some funding. So we really need to invest much on this, because as you can see, the central government transfers have always, as over time been declining over and over again. From here, I expect all sub-county chairpersons and the sub-county chiefs to go and organize similar conferences in your respective sub-counties, because it is an assessment area. And this time I want us to emerge number one. Let us not be underassessed or underscored by a few things that we can really handle. That's why we have a program of filling all available posts in the district, because it is one of the areas that we have not been doing very well. So this financial year, we expect to do the needful and even create employment for our people, the people of Uganda. So in the district, we have a problem of payment of pensioners. Yeah, the situation is beyond our control, because the pension money that was sent to us was not enough. And right from here, I'm going to the Minister of Finance with a write-up to request for support, because the pensioners are really suffering. And you know, I have been receiving a number of calls from people of 80 years and above. We even hear the voice is not coming out well, and someone tells you he has not received his pension and his grandchildren are out of school. So this one really is a very serious situation. That's why I want to go there physically and make sure that they also put us under their priority areas. And even salaries for some staff. I have instructed my secretary for finance to liaise with heads of departments and head teachers to generate that list of people who have not been receiving salaries. Because I have had situations where someone tells you he has not been paid for the last 10 months, and this is abnormal. So we want to see how best we can rectify this problem. And revenue mobilization is very important. Bovary, I need a cattle market there as soon as you can, Mr. Chairman, and I trust you, I know you will. Rubaya the same. And even in other sub-counties like Rubin, Mayudin, I don't know which plans you have. You need to, we have taken mnoga, especially political leaders. For the civil servants, for them, they don't care, because he knows tomorrow is going to be transferred. But for us, we are here to stay, unless otherwise in 2026. But I am praying that we all come back here. Okay? And I have a feeling that we shall make it. Why not? At least for our positions, I don't see the competition coming up after this. Like any other, like some other constituencies. So let us pray that the status quo is maintained and we are not put on pressure. So information from, please, sub-county chiefs, always share information with your LC3 chairperson. I know you normally tend to hide, especially when it comes to money, budget, how much have you received? When do we send money to sub-counties? Is it monthly or quarterly? Quarterly. As soon as that money lands on your account, sit with your LC3 chairperson, the treasurer, and who? The sub-county chief, LC3 chairperson, and the treasurer. sit with them, share with them, and you see how you are going to allocate these resources. Okay? That is not a technical area. You know, this is for technical. We are also technical by in political mobilization. Because we also do what you can't. Okay? So there is nothing, because there is nothing that is technical that cannot be shared with a political leader. So the three key people, the LC3, the sub-county chief and the treasurer should always sit to plan for the resources they receive. I hope I'm understood. This is your budget. The budget you are implementing is the chairman's budget. So for you, you are a manager, you need to sit with your chairman and the treasurer and plan. And I don't think we're in a program, but I am happy that I think you are cooperating very well there. Let me hope the cooperation is in good faith, because I have not seen any chairperson coming to tell me that this sub-county chief is very bad. Help me get rid of him. So I don't know whether that cooperation is but which is very important, because we need not to flex. When we flex muscles, it is the locals that will suffer. Let us also be business-minded. What can we put that can generate us some income? Okay? We are in a process, in a program of having our nursing school at Mbarara, and when it is ready, we shall invite you and plan together. So we are going to start to embark on construction this financial year, and we shall add more money next financial year. I hope, Prana, you have captured it. Yes. This is a project that we want to. In our term of office, we should also put something there that is unique. And we need to plan very well. I know it has minimal support from the technical people for reasons best known to themselves. Yes. Technical people, please embrace it. Whether you like it or not, it is our decision as council. I see you are not very active in that, in this, especially health department. And this is the area, this institution is going to support that health center for. But I don't know why you are not really taking it as one of our priorities. So, Carl, please, that project, give it the attention it deserves. I put in place a committee which is chaired by my vice chairperson, so I need to get feedback. We are planning to have Mbarara Health Center as a general hospital. And these are some of the negotiation tools we shall use. That you see, we have a health institution here, it's doing blah blah. So we need to do something here. Okay? Information flow is also very important. It's unfortunate that our members of parliament were not notified. So we really need to send an apology to them, because I told you most of them, they were not aware of this meeting. And these are the people who have a part in the local. So otherwise, I want to thank you, the technical team. For us, we are moving on steadfast, and at least we are not like other districts where some arrests have been made in regard to corruption. We see Mbarara, Kunga here, they started a fake health center. Can you imagine someone declaring that there is a health center when it is not there? So our technical people, we thank you for not taking that direction. Although there are some political players who facilitate some newspaper to write negative about us. So this is really not very good. they are just eating your money for nothing. Because when you claim Mbarara is very corrupt and they ask you for money to facilitate, you are also killing yourself. So let us really work in a harmonized way, because you might think you are hitting Tabaru when you are hitting yourself as well. I thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberation throughout this meeting. And I now take this honor to officially declare this conference open.
Yeah, thank you very much, the district chairperson, Mr. Tabaru Leaders, for officially opening our budget conference. And I think we need to thank him again with a round of applause. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Now we are going to embark on our program. We are going to have a presentation on the District Quarter 1 Performance Report 2022-23, and this will be taken up through by the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, who is none other than Mr. Fred Lugara. You're most welcome, sir.
Protocol observed for the interest of time. As you've heard, I'm Fred Lugara. I'm representing the performance of the district. I have a very big presentation, but the good thing, we all have copies of this document, so I'm going to try by all means to condense this presentation so that we handle it in shortest possible time. And I urge you members that use the piece of the notebook you've been provided and a pen to note down the emerging issues so that when time for a discussion comes, then you can raise your concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation is categorized in three sections. One, it gives us the resource envelope of the district in the year 2021-2022 and 2022-2023. It also gives us the performance per sector, per department. Then we shall also look at the quarterly performance for the district in this year we are in. You can go back. This is the revenue and expenditure performance of the last financial year, because we need to know where we come from, where we are, so that we plan where we are going. So last financial year, in the year 2021-2022, the resource envelope, we had budgeted 31 billion, we realized 31.4, making a performance of 100%. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from the presentation, the central government transfers and the discretionary government transfers performed beyond our expectations. We only registered a shortfall in local revenue and other government transfers, as well as donor funding. Ladies and gentlemen, the above performance was realized in as far as the departments are concerned, as shown below. Under administration, the performance was 86%, finance 88%, council and boards 92%, production 79%, health 98%, education 93%, works 63%, water 100%, natural resources was at 67%, community-based services 87%, planning 86%, internal audit 81%, then planning 86%, then trade 82%. So our overall performance, ladies and gentlemen, was at 90%. We had planned to realize 31 million. We realized 31 billion, and we were able to spend 28 billion. Proceed. Out of that budget, 103 was wage, then 84 non-wage, recurrent, 81 domestic development, and then donor development was 86%. Ladies and gentlemen, this is as per department. I will just read the totals, but we are able, go up. Yes, we are able to spend on salaries, gratuity and pensions, medical expenses and welfare, staff training, workshops and seminars, then purchase of the departmental vehicle, which costed us 200 million, and supervision of sub-county programs, that figure. Therefore, our total expenditure was 5.3 billion versus 6.2 billion, which was planned for the department. Proceed. Still under the same department, this is the first quarter of this financial year. This is how we performed. Payment of salaries at 762 compared to the budget of 1.4. Then supervision of government projects, 6.7 million out of the budget of 8.7. Then transfers to lower local governments, 27 million out of the budget of 75. Then electricity and water, 3.8 million. District and urban administration, 2 million. And district and urban administration, that is general welfare, which was 3.9. So for this quarter, the first quarter, the department used 806 million out of the budget of 1.5 billion. Proceed. Under finance, ladies and gentlemen, under finance, they were able to pay salaries to staff at a cost of 158, facilitation to handle issues of budgeting at 59 million. Proceed. Hope I'm not all that speedy, because I believe we have it is in our documents. Revenue management and correction at 18 million. Proceed. Budgeting and planning services at 2.8 million. Expenditure management services at 8.5. Then accounting services through preparation and submission of financial statements
at 15 million. Monitoring of the implemented
activities at 1.2. So out of a budget of 301 million, the Department of Finance spent 263.8 million.
For this quarter, the department has performed as follows: payment of salaries, they have so far covered
20%. Then facilitation to handle issues of budgeting, 5%. Revenue management and collection through improving market structures, 5%. Ladies and gentlemen, the finance department has not spent even a single coin on budgeting and planning services. Under expenditure management services through
monitoring of sub-counties, finance has spent
903,000 out of the budget of 14 million, making it 1%. Then accounting services through preparation and submission of financial statements, it has so far performed at 1%. Monitoring of the implemented activities within the budget, no expenditures has been realized as of now, out of the budget of 960,000 shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, as finance as a department, during the course of the year, the following challenges have been registered. One is that it is facing with the challenge of limited funding to carry out most activities, especially in revenue mobilization. It has also faced the challenge of lack of transport equipment for finance use in revenue mobilization and collection, and also in monitoring. As we are all aware that finance department is the engine of revenue mobilization and collection. So it is supposed to be facilitated to move to different revenue sources so that it is able to collect revenue. However, as a district or as a department of finance, they do not have any vehicle that would facilitate their travels to different revenue sources. So when we see a challenge in revenue
performance, that challenge is one of the issues to be noted. Great adaptability of taxpayers and key staff about the Integrated Revenue Administration System, IRAS, usage. So, ladies and gentlemen, of recent, a new program was introduced called IRAS. However, as change is always resisted, people have not been used to the new system, and it is posing a challenge to the department.
There is a challenge of system network, especially IFMS, since its upgrade in July 2022, thus slowing work. So this one has been a challenge, not only in finance department, but in other departments. The upgrade we got of recent actually created more challenges than we thought it would solve. So it's a challenge, and it is slowing down some of the activities. So as a department, they have recommended as follows: that there is a need for more funding to revenue mobilization
and recruit enforcement officers, need to lobby with the ministry to provide transport means. There will be constant training and sensitization. They are recommending that there should be training and sensitization of taxpayers especially on the new system that has been introduced. They are also recommending that there is a need for constant follow-up with Accountant General to ensure
constant network, as we have seen that it has been a challenge. Proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, the statutory bodies is broken into sub-programs. One is Council Administration Services, and this is how the department has performed. It has paid staff salaries worth that much, allowances, honoraria, and ex gratia. This is the money that we pay to our councillors and chairpersons. Is it true? Then that's how it has performed. Workshops and seminars, that is 30 million. And, then welfare and entertainment, 7.8. Printing, printing, stationery, photocopying, 3 million. Small fish office equipment, 913. Travel inland, that much. Fuel, lubricants and oils, 1.1. Maintenance, civil, 1.1. And we are now at 604 million out of the budget of 470. Then is under procurement, they have paid allowances, advertising and public relations, welfare and entertainment, proceed, that much. I think we can see figures. Printing, stationery, photocopy, then electricity, travel inland. So the performance is 29.5 out of 31.9 that they had budgeted. Under the staff recruitment services, allowances have been paid, advertising and public relations, recruitment exercises, books, periodicals and newspapers, computer supplies and information technology, welfare and entertainment, printing stationery, proceed, printing stationery and binding, subscriptions, cleaning and sanitation, travel inland. So the performance is at 66.4 million out of 79.9 million. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I think for the interest of time, I'm going to take you through the totals. The details, you find them in the document. So the management services has paid allowances and the rest, and it has spent 22.1 million out of 26.1 million. Then financial accountability, we have so far spent 14.7 million out of 14.7 million. This is 100% performance. Then political and executive oversight, ladies and gentlemen, out of 74.8 that was budgeted, 73.19 has been spent, making it like 90.8%. Proceed. Standing committees, we had budgeted 27.6 and we spent 19.3 million. Proceed. These are the departmental challenges. And they include, law emoluments for political leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, we have many tasks, but due to inadequate facilitation, sometimes we don't do as we expected because of that challenge. Then under funding for statutory bodies activities, the Office of the Craft Council, the Speaker, and other leaders in that department, and the activities are underfunded, and sometimes it affects the
performance of the department. The department has no vehicle. As you are aware that
the major, the mandate of this department is the monitoring and oversight role. But
we lack a vehicle to enable the political leaders in that department to monitor government projects. It's a challenge, and it has been affecting the department. Political influence,
whereby some projects are interfered with. This one is normal in a world of competition where resources are inadequate.
Of course, people try to pull ropes as they are trying to do lobbying. So sometimes it affects the programs. Increase, these are the recommendations, increase emoluments of political leaders. There is a need to increase funding for the department, purchase of a vehicle, and the sensitization of political leaders. Then proceed, production. Under production, they have paid staff salaries, holding quarterly reviews, monitoring, and backstopping, and the whole
the performance out of I'm not going into the details. I just want to take you through the overall performance of the department. Proceed.
The details are within our documents.
We can refer to the documents we have got. Go to the figures, the totals. I'm advised that for this I can just be brief and go through the activities. Monitoring and backstopping. Then integrated supervision of extension activities at 4 million. Monitoring agriculture extension activities 3.2. Then routine monitoring at 3.5. Attending agriculture related events at 1.6. Participation in the annual National Agriculture Show in Jinja. Remember, we participated and we performed very well. I think our first session chair mentioned it. So we spent 6 million. Then provision of staff with Brexit, 12.9. Maintain departmental vehicle, 6 million. Procuring small office equipment at 995,000. Maintenance and repair of IT equipment at 2.9. Then delivering and collecting mail at 1.3. Compile and submit quarterly reports 1.6. Procuring 1 motorcycle at 13 million. Monitoring
of capital projects 2 million. Payment of
retention for completion of plant clinic 3.5. Monitoring, supervision and backstopping at 7.2. Proceed. Establishing 1 irrigation demo 19.9 million. Advising farmers in modern fish practices at 5 million. Vaccinate pest, cattle, goats
and poultry at 3 million. Carrying out disease surveillance at 11.6 million.
Proceed. Go up. Then facilitation to sub-county extension staff 91.1
million. Ladies and gentlemen, the department, I think this is how
it has performed for the quarter. Is it? Payment of staff salaries at that March, holding quarter reviews and planning meetings. They have had one and they have spent 1.2. Then monitoring and backstopping 1.5, and they have had 3 activities. Integrated supervision
of extension activities. Out of 4, they have managed 1 activity and they have spent 1.5. Monitoring and agriculture extension, this one has not been done. And
routine monitoring of sector activities, they have not done anything. Attending agriculture-related advice, they have not done anything. Participating in the annual National Agriculture Show in Jinja, that one has not been done, and it will be done in the 4th quarter of this financial year. Then provision of staff with break tea. Local revenue not yet done. They have not yet spent on this. Maintain departmental vehicle. They have spent 2.5 out of 8 million that was budgeted. Procuring of office stationery. Out of 3 million, they have spent 1. Procuring small office equipment, nothing has been spent. Maintenance and repair of IT equipment, they have not spent on this. Delivering and correcting mail, 500 shillings has been spent out of 1.3. Then compile and submit quarterly reports, only 400 has been spent out of 1.6. Then procuring 1 motorcycle, nothing has been spent, but we are anticipating to buy 2 motorcycles. Monitoring capital projects, 2 million has been spent out of the 2 million that was budgeted, and the 2 activities have already been done. Establishment of 2 agriculture demos, nothing has been spent. Proceed. And procurement and supply of honey, processing equipment, they have not spent on this. Establishment of 2 zero grazing demos, they have not spent on this. Monitoring, supervision and backstopping, 750 has been spent out of 10 million. Then rollout of micro irrigation program, nothing has been spent on this item. Advising farmers in modern fish farming, 850,000 has been spent out of 1 million. Vaccination of pets, cattle, sheep, mention it as go up. Only 350,000 shillings has been spent. Then carrying out disease surveillance, 750 has been spent, and nothing has been spent on educating beekeepers and traders on processing and exportation of honey, and the budget was 5 million. Then facilitation sub-county extension staff, 22 million has been spent out of 175. So the department has registered the following challenges. 1, inadequate weather patterns, unpredicted weather patterns, many emerging diseases and pests, then continuous land fragmentation and small land holding. So the recommendations are that we need to mitigate and adapt technologies such as irrigation. We need also the plant clinic should be given priority in program interventions. Then farmers need to be need to invest in high return enterprises such as zero grazing, fruit growing, mention it.
Under health, ladies and gentlemen,
they have paid salaries at 2.9 billion. They have improved on new OPD attendances in a year at that much. Proceed. Conducting antenatal sessions for mothers, then increasing pregnant mothers delivering in units, immunizing children below 1 year. You proceed. And you go to the last part, the figures, the totals. So those are a number of activities, including submitting updates, PPS, to that much. Allow me to take you through the capital development projects
under that department, because I believe most stakeholders are interested here. They have constructed staff house at Kashare Health Center 3, and it was phased, and phase 1 is already completed, and we are able to pay 48 million. Construction of maternity wards and standalone laboratories. We have done one at Mbarara Health Center 3, and we have paid 1.4 billion. Is it 1.4 billion? Then construction of maternity wards at Kagonji Health Center 3. We have spent 1.429 billion. Repairs and renovation of DHO's office, it has costed us 1 million. Then renovation and repairs of district stores and district cold chain room. This one has costed us 20 million, and most of those projects are completed. It is only the Kagonji that is at finishing phase, and then the Mbarara Health Center 3 maternity ward that is at finishing phase, and then the other one which we completed for the phase 1. Then this is the district performance for 2022. That was 2021-2022, and this is the following year of 2022-2023. So ladies and gentlemen, we have paid this is for the department. They have paid 4 months. This is for this quarter, and they have the department has paid 1.4 staff salaries, improving of new OPD attendances, and the total budget for the quarter is that I'm not given totals, but some of the activities, submitting updated PPS reports, and these are the projects that we are planning. Some of them have not yet started, but at this level, they are at that. Construction of OPD building at Mbarara Health Center 4. We have not yet started on it. Construction of maternity wards and standalone laboratories. That one is at finishing phase, and we have not yet spent on this. Construction of maternity wards and standalone laboratories at Kagonji. It is at finishing phase for this quarter. Proceed. There are challenges also registered under this department, and they include essential medicines and medical supplies supplied by NMS is inadequate compared to the population, which leads to severe stockouts of medicines at all health facilities. And 2 is that due to HCM system, there is a challenge whereby some health workers have not received their salaries. Then lack of accommodation for health workers, then inadequate funding to the health sector, essential medicines and medical supplies. It
is more or less the same, the first one, and the recommendations are that the Ministry of Health need to increase on the allocation, that they also need to, the Ministry of Finance should allocate funds for infrastructure development, and then there is a need to make a follow-up from the Ministry of Public Service to ensure that staff salaries are paid to go up. Then the accounting and principal human resource officer should ensure that health workers who have spent a year without payment, I think they have noted that. Ministry of Health should increase on essential medicines and supplies supplied to health facility based on catchment area of population. You go to another department. Under education, the department has managed to construct 3-unit staff house at the
primary school, costing 69.5 million. Construction of 2 classroom blocks at Karyenje Primary School at 71.3 million. Construction of 3-unit staff house at Unenero Primary School at 72.4 million. Construction of 2 classroom blocks at Rukanja Primary School at 71.1
million. Construction of a 3-unit staff house at Wamhiji Primary School at 73.8 million. Construction of 3-unit staff house at Tengure Primary School at the cost of 59.3 million. Construction of 5 stands-pit latrine to Michiro Sub-County Headquarters at 28.09 million, and the status is also indicated. Then construction of 2 classroom blocks at Nyakayojo 2 Primary School, and this one is at Wanyamahembe Secondary, Wanyamahembe Sub-County, is in Wanyamahembe Sub-County, and the cost is 71.6. Construction of 5 stands-pit latrine at Nyakayojo 2 Primary School at 29.9 million. Construction of 3-unit staff house at Nombe Primary School at 73.8 million. Construction of 3-unit staff house at Rweshe Primary School at 79.4 million. Construction of 3-unit staff house at Akashanda Primary School at 60.8 million. Construction of 3-unit staff house at Karujitsi Primary School at 60.8 million. Construction of 2 classroom block, office and store at Rubind Girls Primary School at 98.8 million. Construction of 2 classroom block, office and store at Rwanzinga Primary School at 98.1 million. Construction of secondary school at Wanyamahembe, and it is under procurement process. So we have not yet spent on this. So the total expenditure is 1.019 versus the total budget of 1.8 billion. Proceed. This is the district performance for the financial year, and the program is education, and we are proceeding. I think this is for Q1, and this is how it has performed for this quarter. For Q1, construction of 2 classroom block at Kashanda is under procurement process. Is it Akarun Primary School? It is still under procurement process. Construction of a 2 classroom block, I think, at Umuchigando Primary School. It is still under procurement process. Construction of 2 classroom block at Mbarara Primary School under procurement process. Construction of city school at Wanyamahembe still under procurement process. Construction of a nursing training school at Wizwera. We have had the district chairperson mentioning this. and we have reached at BOH's stage. Then construction of Rwanda Farm Institute. This project is a school-based, so the school is handling the project, but the process is also ongoing. Proceed. Under Works Department, ladies and gentlemen, this is how it has performed. Routine manual maintenance of district feeder roads. It received less funds, and it was able to spend 41.8 million. Then routine mechanized maintenance, 165 million. Out of that, we received 50 million for emergency works. Then maintenance of community access roads, 56 million out of 112 million that was budgeted. So you can see there is a gap there. Then repair of and maintenance of works and motor vehicle, the departmental vehicle. 12 million has been spent out of 13 that was budgeted. Then repair and maintenance of road unit at 18 versus the 47. Maintenance of district works office for 3 months, 22 out of 28 that was budgeted. Maintenance of buildings at the district headquarters, 12 million, and the project was completed. Maintenance of compounds at the district, the project was completed.
We had budgeted for 12 million and we spent 12 million. Proceed.
This is the quarterly performance of the department. Routine manual maintenance, 15 million so far has been spent out of 159. Proceed. Routine mechanized maintenance, 59 million out of 165 have been spent. Then repair and maintenance of works, motor vehicle, 3 million out of 20 million has so far been spent. Repair and maintenance of road unit, out of 40 million, 15 million has been spent for the first quarter. Maintenance of district works office for the first quarter, those months in the first quarter. And 6 million has also been spent out of 26. Maintenance of buildings at the district, 3 million out of 12 million has been spent. Maintenance of compounds at the district, where out of 12 million, only 3 million has been spent. The department, like any other department, has faced a number of challenges which are not limited to insufficient funding, lack of supervision vehicle, district roads have no road reserves. You know, it has been a challenge in our communities. Then communities broke offshoots, and on this challenge, I think we need a combined effort to mitigate this. And they have recommended as follows that government should increase funding for the road maintenance. District should purchase or lobby from central government a vehicle for the department. Then government should acquire road reserves, and that communities need to be sensitized so that when we are handling the issue of blocking the offshoots, they are already converted citizens. Proceed. Underwater, ladies and gentlemen, for 2021-22, it performed as follows. They constructed 5-stance waterborne toilet at Mbarara at a cost of 40 million versus 45 that was budgeted, and the project is completed and is now being used. Construction of 5-stance line VIP latrine at 35 million, and it is completed. Drilling and installation of boreholes at Mbarara at Rubare, Kashare, Rubaya, Wanyamahembe, and 267 million has been spent out of 270, and the project is completed and is in use. Then siting and supervision in Rubare, Kashare, Rubaya, Wanyamahembe, 200 I think is it 23? I think it is 20, is it 23 million out of 24 million has been spent, and it was completed as planned. Then design of Chabiranga Chigoro Sora 1, it costed us 41 million and it is completed. Construction of Chibingo phase 4, it costed us 142 and it is completed. Rehabilitation of boreholes, 45 million, and I think it has been completed. Then this is the quarterly performance, drilling and installation. Nothing has been spent. It is under procurement process. Siting and supervision still under procurement process. Construction of Chigoro phase 1 under procurement process. Rehabilitation of boreholes in Kashare, Rubaya, Rubindi, Rubare, and Wanyamahembe still in procurement process. Then environmental screening and social safeguards in Kashare, in Rubindi, Rubare, Wanyamahembe, Kashare, Rubaya, Rubindi, Rubare, Wanyamahembe, Uchiro, and the requisition is in process. Supervision of projects after and during, and the requisition is also in process. Under natural resources, training in wetland biodiversity conservation. The budget was 200 shillings, and the funds are inadequate, but there is no actual cost that has been realized. Is it? Yes. Then rehabilitation of degraded wetland and wetland action plan development, 7.7 million. Training of farmers and local council leaders at sub-county level, 1.6 million. And conducting stakeholder at you go up a bit. Yes, at 1.7 million. Conducting environmental climate change at 6.3. Then conducting environmental monitoring at 883 million. So you have seen the comment that most of these activities are underfunded. Production of tree seedling at 5 million. Establishment of wood roads at 2.6. You can go to the last part. So those are the activities, and they are all recommending that there is a need to increase on funding. Then for this quarter, for the first quarter, they have done community training in wetlands. The activity is still ongoing. River bank and wetland restoration, the activity is still ongoing. Training of farmers and local council leaders at sub-county level, it is still ongoing. Proceed. Training of stakeholders in climate change, the activity is ongoing. Maintenance of tree nursery, ongoing. Training in forestry management is, I think, it is still ongoing. Conduct inspection for monitoring on quarterly awareness, ongoing. Tree planting at individual, community, and it is still ongoing. Proceed. Payment of salaries has also been done for the quarter. Then these are the challenges: lack of transport means, inadequate funding,
low staffing levels, and they recommend that there is a need to provide a vehicle for the department, increase the budget for the department, and fill the vacant positions to enable the department function well. Under community-based services, ladies and gentlemen, they
facilitated community development workers at 1.9, adult learning at 4.6, gender mainstreaming at 3.4, children and youth at 8.5, supporting youth at 17.1, supporting disabled at 9.2, work-based inspections at 618,000, then labor disputes at 1.4. Representation on women's councils at 19.6, then operation of the community-based services at 386 million. So the performance is at, it was at 87.0%. Then the challenges were that there is a lack of transport means, that is a general song, less funding, lack of internet connectivity, ever-increasing number of vulnerable children, then default of YLP funds, it has been a challenge, increasing cases of domestic violence, and they are recommending
that management should increase on the budget for the department, allocate funds to extend internet connectivity, management allocate
funds for office interest, all stakeholders like police, courts of law, mention it, should pick interest and get involved in defaulting of YLP funds, then involve stakeholders and creating awareness on domestic violence. Planning, this is how it has performed. They have paid salaries at the tune of 54.3 million, holding of budget conference at 10 million, generation of the statistical abstract at 273 shillings, monthly internet subscription at 7.4, PPS budgeting and quarterly reporting at 40 million, proceed, quarterly monitoring and mentoring at 17.2, then project feasibility studies at 8, and the performance, the overall performance was at 139.2 versus
the total budget of 152 million. Proceed. Audit has managed to manage audit office at 39 million, carry out internal audits at 12 million, sector management and monitoring 1.2, and they have performed at 52.4 million out of the budget of 64 million. So for this quarter, they have
spent 3.9 on management of internal audit office, 1.7 on internal audit. So for the first quarter, they spent 5 million out of the target of 20 million. Private sector development, that is trade and industry. They have constructed roadside market at Chakabani in Kagoni sub-county at the tune of 67.2 million, and the project is completed. Formation, monitoring and supervision of cooperatives, 3 million has been spent and 100% budget was realized. Assisting business for formal registration, data collection on business performance, 2.1 million has been spent. monitoring, profiling of new industries, 2 million was spent. Correcting market information, monitoring and inspection of weighing scales, 1 million was spent. And training of private sector and tailored staff on lead, 1 million was spent. Payment of salaries at the tune of 42.5. 75% of their budget was realized on that item. Then profiling of the new market traders and inspection of goods on the market, 1.08 million was spent out of the total of 2.1 million. So the department spent 120 million out of, is it a mistake? Yes, they were able to spend 120 million compared to what they had budgeted. Proceed. Tourism. Tourism development. That is how they performed, carrying out inspection of accommodation and hotel facilities. 1.4 was realized. Then carrying out mobilization and sensitization for agro-tourism.
1.9. Identifying model farmers at 1.4. Workshops and seminars at 6 million. So they were able to spend 12 million. Proceed. Private sector development. Training of Emyoga
at 1.5. Conducting AGMs for parish development model at 3.4. Agro-tourism at 250. Proceed. And they spent 5 million out of 6 that was budgeted. Challenges include those few women involvement, high rate of business, and high literacy, constant budget cuts, need for training, and those are their recommendations. Proceed. So for
the entire district, yes, proceed. You go up. This is the performance for quarter 1, 2022-2023. Local revenue, we
received 17%. Then discretionary, 22% so far. Then for the as at first quarter,
other government transfers 14%. Donor funding 24%. So out of 32 million, 32 billion, we have so far realized 6 billion. Proceed. 6.9 billion,
making it 21%. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the revenue projections for 2022-23 to 2024-2025.
Local revenue, we are projecting, I'm just going to read this last column, these two last columns.
This one shows how we are progressing. So local revenue 2023-24, we projected it to be 1.5 billion, and in 2024-2025, we are anticipating that it will be 1.6 billion. Then discretionary government transfers, we are projecting that in 2022-2023, it will be 3.7 billion, and in 24, it will be 24-25, it will be 3.9. So the total projection in 2023-24, we are projecting that we shall have a budget of 32.096 billion, and in 2024-25, we are projecting 33.7 billion as our total budget. Proceed. Proceed. So I'm just going to read the totals. This is the district budget allocations for financial year 2022, 2023, and up to 2024, 2025. Like we have seen the projections, so this is the distributions in various departments. So, but for the interest of time, I'm just, it is a detail of what we have seen up. So we are expecting this year, we are expecting 32.4, in the next financial year, 32.09, and in 2024-25, we are expecting 33.7, and it will be distributed in departments as you have seen above. So this is the summary of the district envelope for the financial year 2023-24. Local revenue is at 1.5 billion. Central government discretionary grants 29.06. Then other transfers 813 million. Then central financing donor funds 616 billion. This is a summary of the budget estimates for programs. So this is detailed of the above, and this is how it is going to be distributed in departments as we have seen above. So allow me take you through another item that is a detailed distribution of what we have seen above. Proceed. So we are done. So ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very big presentation, but I think with your support was able to condense it, and I think I've not gone beyond the expected time. Thank you for listening to me.
Once again, I ask the audience to thank him once again. Yeah, we are moving on steadily, slow but sure. Now we are going into another session whereby we are going to be looking at the program presentations as they were brought out clearly by the Chief Administrative Officer in his presentation. We are going to have the Natural Resources Officer to take us through the integrated transport infrastructure, innovation, technology and development, mineral-based industrialization, petroleum, sustainable energy development, sustainable urban development, natural resources, climate change, and land and water management. So I will invite Mr. Sanjo, the Natural Resources Officer, to take us through this. And as he comes, I also take this opportunity to thank you for being a very good audience and to officially hand over the chair to Bwana Cyril De Sito to take us through the next sessions. I thank you. As our Natural Resources Officer is preparing, we've been honored to be joined by one Hello to you people. Thank you.
Our Member of Parliament, the District Chairperson, the District Speaker, the Chief Administrative Officer, all protocol observed. My name is Adit Sancho, and I'll be presenting on the program of integrated transport infrastructure, sustainable urban development, and natural resources, environment, climate change, and water management. The other programs, we did not adopt them because they were not relevant to our scenario. I'll start with integrated infrastructure, and this is where WORKS falls, the old name. And under WORKS, for financial 2023-24, we are planning to do the following: cleaning of offices and compounds at the district headquarters, maintaining district roads equipment, rehabilitating offices, residential buildings at the district headquarters, maintaining vehicles and motorcycles, working on community access roads, routine manual maintenance of district feeder roads, mechanized routine maintenance of district feeder roads, construction and supply of culverts for district feeder roads, paying staff salaries under the works, and office operations at a total cost of 886,182,175 shillings. Underwater, for financial 2023-24, we plan to do stakeholder coordination meetings, intra-district coordination meetings, operation and maintenance of motorcycles, construction works, and consultations and work plan submissions to the Ministry of Water and Environment, servicing computers, sensitizing communities on critical requirements for accessing support in water catchment management, establishment of water user committees, training of water user committees, drilling of boreholes, water and sanitation event, construction of Chibingo Chandahi Phase 4 Graft Afro Scheme, monitoring supervision of the construction works, regional data collection, supporting water user committees through meetings, sanitation baseline survey. Then rehabilitation. For the financial year 2023-2024, we plan to conduct trainings in community wetland management, riverbank and wetland restoration, monitoring and evaluation for environmental compliance, tree planting and afforestation, training in forestry management, titling of government land and physical planning, payment of staff salaries at a total cost of 389.
Senior Education Officer, please come and take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Member of Parliament, the Chairperson LC5 and the Executive, District Speaker, the (2021-2022) was already presented by the DCAP, as well as the present year 2022-2023. So my presentation is going to focus mainly on 2023-2024. For purposes of harmony, you can go to page 65. Where the location is going to be with Mbarara Center 4 at the cost of 90 million. Then we have phase 2 construction of the staff house, where the location is going to be Kashari Center 3 at the cost of 70 million. And then the repair of all OPD buildings at Mbarara Center 4, where the location is going to be Mbarara Center 4 at the cost of 80 million. Then below is unfunded priorities, where we have health waste management and disposal, which is not funded, and the required support is both technical assistance and then the financial support. The other unfunded priority is accommodation for health workers. Like it is indicated, and that marks the projects for 2023, 2024, and health, which is under human capital development. Then page 67, where we have cost of 90 million, 90.8. Then construction of the staff house at Mbarara, at that cost 90.8 as well. Then construction of a 2-classroom block at Kashaka Primary School at a cost of 90 million as well. Then, as you may realize, the project of Chivale Primary School was supposed to be constructed in 21, 22, but as a requirement, of course, you carry it forward if it is not done, and that is why it is carried in this as a priority for this year. We have other issues that maybe other things that would carry, that would include capitation of payment of capitation for both UPE and USE as they are following, then payment of salaries for both primary and secondary and headquarters staff. And on page 71, education has equally unfunded priorities. We have procurement of 4 motorcycles at the cost of 64 million. Then we have establishment of e-learning centers at sub-county level in the sub-counties of Baya, Wanyamaembe, Bubari, Rubindi, and Muzweda at that cost 5 billion. The fencing of perimeter wall at Kacheka Stadium. If you live in Mbarara, recently we had a challenge with Kacheka Stadium where the iron sheets that we normally use to fence were blown off by wind and it was disastrous. So meaning there is this need of perimeter wall that we had budgeted a few 2 years ago or 3. And then lack of supportive devices for special need learners, for special need education. So if there are development partners in this building, we hope you are welcome. Then we go to community-based services under community mobilization and mindset change. The planned activities are integrating community learning for wealth creation, facilitation of community development workers, and operation of the community-based services department. The costs are indicated at 4 million, 4.6, 3.3, 206 million, respectively. Then we have labor dispute settlements in all local governments. The output is there, and the cost is 1 million, 440. Then we have work-based inspections at and we have the inspection spots at that cost. Ladies and gentlemen, I found some cross-cutting challenges in those programs. The other programs were administration of justice, which is the labor-related issues under community development, then registration, oversight, and representation that falls under the office of the speaker. Of course, we have, like I said, we have no any capital development or fiscal development in his office, although it is operating, and I beg to stop here, save for the challenges that I talked about. In our offices, in our departments, especially community development, where there is mindset change and community mobilization, as well as education, we have internet connectivity. A few days ago, myself and the cow and the colleague, we went for the training where we are required to have a data of education management information system. It is challenging.
Presentations, in the interest of time. So we have 3 program areas under agro-industrialization, private sector development, and then tourism development. And we have our district production officer, who is ably represented by the senior agricultural engineer, Runike Osbert, can come for the presentation. Thank you very much.
You can turn over. In addition to the 3 projects that I had read, which is Chibale 1 Staff House, then Mbarara Staff House, and then Classroom Block at Kashaka. Then on the other page, which is 68, there was a continuation. It was missing in my manual, which is construction of a staff house at Katajenjera in Kaboni sub-county at the cost of 90.8 million. And as well as the construction of a seed school, a seed secondary school at Nyabsirira at the cost of 3.3 billion. And the construction of a phase 2 block of a nursing block for a nursing school at the Mbarara Town Council at the cost of 70 million. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. She's asking me, Member of Parliament, in the city school, I see a gap. What is there? As if we had a great
Yes, leader.
Let it be there.
Thank you, Carl. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time we decided on this, there was a meeting of DEC, and it was not yet resolved, but this is resolved, we can put it there. It is Nyabsirira.
Chairperson, all protocol observed. I'm presenting 2 programs, industrialization and private sector development, where we have 2 departments: production, trade, industry, and local economic development. Among the priority programs under industrialization, We have objective to increase production and productivity, and these are the core activities and programs that we want to implement. One, there is payment of salaries or extension staff, both at sub-county and headquarters. We have profiling farmer forums and farmers at the sub-county level, and that will cost 9 million. Access to advisory services in modern farming practices under BDM to the tune of 175 million. We shall conduct planning review and farm advisory workshops at 8 million. Office coordination at 21,500,000. Collection and processing and dissemination of agricultural production data will cost 20 million. Livestock vaccination and disease control at 9.6 million. Inspection of slaughter slabs at 2 million. We shall do procurement of 2 motorcycles at 26 million. We shall construct two slaughter centers at a cost of 15 million. We shall carry out plumbing and supply of water to the plant clinic at 15 million. And we shall support parish government model at the parish level with 46 million. So the whole of that will cost 1.093 billion under agro-industrialization. Still under the same program, we have an intervention to establish climate smart technologies, demonstration and multiplication. So we shall support farmers access irrigation equipment through co-funding. This is a funding from central government under MAIF. We shall also have 2 demo centers, and that will cost 117.9 million. Under Department of Trade, where we have a program of private sector development, we have main activities to be done. One is on cooperative mobilization and output services that will cost 3 million. We have enterprise development services where we shall assist business for formal registration, data collection, and performance. We have 1.7 million. Monitoring, profiling of new industries and enforcing quality assurance, which will cost 2 million. Market linkage services will cost 2.1 million. Sector management, monitoring, which includes payment of salaries, allowances and staff welfare at 62.7 million. We also have promotion services where we shall do profiling of new market traders and inspection of goods on the market to cost 2.1 million. Under the same program, we have sub-program 2, which is on tourism development, where we shall review and implement a national tourism marketing strategy targeting both elite and mass tourism segments. So under that, we shall have activities including developing or serving and diversifying tourism products and services, and this will be done by establishing 5 new tourism sites, profiling 5 new tourism sites, and commemoration of the Culture Day, like the Angkor Festival, at the cost of 6 million. We shall also have enhancement, regulation, coordination, and management of tourism, which will be achieved $9 million. Under the tourism trade sector, we have unfunded priorities. One is the establishment of an incubation center at Mbarara Town Council at a cost of 400 million. Trade data collection at 15 million. Establishment of a tourism information desk at 15 million. Increasing the stock and quality of tourism infrastructure. That involves activities of construction of a half-kilometer access road to Mugabe Ancestral Home, opening of access road to Kagonji Caves, and establishment of a conservation center at 800 million. Yeah, thank you very much. That's the presentation.
And we have two presentation on public sector transformation. We have a presentation on governance and security, development plan implementation, and then a digital transformation. So, when Chief Finance Officer, you are most welcome to this session.
Public sector transformation. Under that program, there is an activity, service area, budget output, and amount. And for me, I just start with the budget output under public sector transformation, which is client feedback mechanism, enhanced, page 78. Under public sector transformation, the budget output is client feedback mechanism, enhanced, and accountability strengthened. And the activity is monitoring, supervision, and dissemination of information to the public on government projects. And the cost is 53.7 million. Still, under the program of public sector transformation, the budget output will be staff motivated, reports produced, disseminated and filed, funds transferred to our local government for service delivery, ICT activities, funds transferred to our local government includes even town councils, for your information. And the activity will be facilitation of general office operations, management of district records and archives, coordination of FMS activities and costs, and fund transfers to our local governments at a cost of 431 million. Under the sub-program of human resource management, the budget output, I'm on page 79, the budget output will be staff salaries paid, retirement benefits paid, staff general welfare catered for, and the activity would be payment of staff salaries, pension and gratuity, payroll printing, coordination of IPPC activities, staff training, payment of staff medical and bereavement expenses and general staff welfare at a cost of 4.2 billion. The cost is likely to increase because we are not given money for gratuity. So, but tentatively, that is the IPF that was given. Under that program, under that program, the unfunded priorities are procurement of a vehicle for monitoring at a cost of 200 million, construction of offices for 46 parishes at a cost of 4.6 billion. Under the parish model, most of these parishes do not, the parish chiefs, they do not have offices, they don't have where to sit. One or no I don't know, maybe government will be improvising. But on the but that's the challenge, and it is one of the unfunded priorities. Thank you for identifying this challenge. Under finance on page 79, under the sub-program of revenue mobilization and budgeting, the budget output will be revenue collection enhancement, and basically the activities will be purchase of stationery, procurement of fuel, and other travel expenses and other issues related to the budget at a cost of 18.5. The other output will be revenue collection, accountability and reporting enhanced. And the activities under there would be payment of staff salaries, purchase of newspapers, telecommunication, attending workshops and seminars, staff tea and overtime, training, transport around staff, purchase of 2 desktop computers, IT office operations, interest for office, sector coordinator fuel, travel inland to support activities of the office at a cost of 261 million. The other output would be revenue collection, and the activity will be preparation of charging policy, printing and stationery, telecommunication, coordination of IRAS collection, purchase of fuel, subscription, attending workshops and seminars, travel inland for local revenue activities, collection of property tax, and ensuring IRAS compliance of the system. The other budget output activity would be enhanced accountability and reporting, and it would be under the sub-program of accountability systems and service delivery, and the activities would be preparation of 6-month, 9-month, and annual financial statements, and the payment of subscriptions to ICPAU, telecommunications, travel and from treasury memorandum, exit meetings, submission of responses to Auditor General and internal Auditor General reports, printing and stationery, purchase of newspapers, books, and periodicals at a cost of 21 million. The other last on finance would be accountability systems and service delivery, and the budget output is the same, enhanced accountability and reporting, and the service area is under financial management and accountability, and it will be travel inland and inspection of books of accounts in sub-counties and town councils, then payment of bank charges and the cashier's travels banks at 12.8 million. Then lastly, under oversight, implementation, coordination and monitoring would be revenue collection, accountability and reporting, and it will be travel inland for sector monitoring, which is 976,000. Under statutory bodies, The program is governance and security. The budget output would be payment of staff salaries, newspapers purchase, staff England for support activities of office and general office operation facilitated. And the project or core activity will be local government council administration services at a cost of 647 million. And the sub-program of policy and legislation, the budget output is procurement contracts formulated, signed and implemented, disposal of public assets managed, general office operation facilitated, and the project or core activity would be local government procurement management services at a cost of 31.9 million. And policy and legislation, the budget output is the job vacancies advertised, job interviews conducted, and an effective workforce recruited, and general office operation facilitated. And the project or core activity would be local government staff recruitment services at a cost of 59.9 million. The project or core activity would be local government land management services, and it would be at a cost of 26.1 million. Under the sub-program of accountability, or which is the local government accounting, local government park, the budget output is district park activities and operations executed, and the core activity would be local government financial accountability at a cost of 14.7 million. Policy and legislation also has a program. The budget output would be district executive committee activities and operations executed, and the core activity would be local government political and executive oversight at a cost of 74.8 million. I'm on page 85. Under standing committees, the budget output would be standing committee services and operations facilitated, and the project or core activity being standing committee services at a cost of 27.6 million. There are also unfunded priorities under that sector. One is the capacity building for councillors on governance and council proceedings is an unfunded activity at a cost of 30 million. Procurement of a vehicle for monitoring at a cost of 200 million. Political monitoring at a cost of 24 million. Then facilitation of park activities is also, what is given there is inadequate. They need more, 24 million. Under internal is quarterly audit reports produced and presented to council and the general, and the core activity is the audit of departments, sub-counties, health centers, primary schools, and other government institutions at a cost of 17.5 million, making a total budget of 83.4 million. Under planning, which is under the program of development plan implementation as well. The budget output is feasibility studies for capital works done, under the activity of administrative capital, and the cost is 8.7 million. Still under development planning, research, statistics, and monitoring and evaluation, the budget output is technical planning committee and the budget desk meetings conducted, and under the activity of district planning, and the cost is 6 million. Then on resource mobilization and budgeting, the budget output would be general staff salaries paid, allowances paid, electricity paid, stationery procured, and the activity is management of district planning office at a cost of 82.6 million. Oversight, implementation, coordination, monitoring, the budget output is routine monitoring and evaluation of government projects done, and the activity is monitoring and evaluation of sector plans at a cost of 17.2 million. Mr. Chairman, lastly, and our second last, under operational planning, the budget output would be program-based budgeting system and reporting done, budgets and quarter reports submitted at a cost of 20.8 million. Then, finally, under statistical output compiled and produced under the activity of statistical data collection at a cost of 500,000. So, Mr. Chairman, I wish to stop here and we thank you for listening.
Agenda 2030. Let us give him our maximum attention for the benefit.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the slides come up, I just want to give us a very quick update on the Ebola outbreak in the with the contacts. And those 7 districts include Ntungamo and Mitoma. Now Ntungamo and Mitoma and Mbarara are not very distant. So we cannot say that all is well while our neighbors have issues. As of 1st November, we had 3 more new cases. The old districts with the cases where things started going wrong still remain. Mubende, Kasanda, Chegegwa, Bunyangabo, Kagadi, Wachiso, and Kampala, now plus the new 7 contact districts. We have a total of 131 cases confirmed. 46 of them are in isolation. And we have a total of 1,554 contact cases, meaning that these individuals took care of the patient or were in touch with the patient and something happened, and so they are considered contact cases. But the good news is that 96% of all those contact cases have been followed. We know where they are, we know what they are doing, and we are monitoring them for development of new cases. So moving forward, I want to request the audience to do the following. In Angola here, we love to greet and embrace and hug and do those things. Please stop them. Let us greet like the president does it these days. He does this even with the two hands. It does not matter the credential of the visiting whoever it is. He will wave at them. Let us wave. Where possible, stay away from crowds. And the most important for leaders who are here, Mr. Chairman, Cow, and our dear MPs, we have gotten problems during the burial processes. Cases who have gone ahead to die remain more infectious, actually most infectious, during the time and the period of that must be manned and supported by health workers. People who have lost their loved ones and they have not reported to hospitals should be helped to bury these cases very fast. Thank you very much for that update, and I want to proceed to the presentation. This is a quick presentation in agreement and in addition to the routine program activities highlighted in this document. I want to implore you to read the document to the note, because all the activity programs that are in here are going to be implemented as they are. However, this presentation is meant for us to have a strategic direction where we are going as a country and as a Ministry of Health for this country, Uganda, vis-a-vis the status that is surrounding us. We have just come from COVID-19 as a country. You knew and saw the havoc it did, both economically but also health-wise. Right now we are in Ebola outbreak. We do not know what will happen. Ugandans and our people. So this presentation is talking about the Immunization Agenda 2030, and it is preparedness. It is preparing us to get ready for any eventuality. Next slide. In Uganda, immunization per se began in 1962. That was the very first time anything to do with immunization began in the country. And between 1962 to 1970, you can see that the program, the Uganda National Expanded Program for Immunization in the country, was launched. And over the years, it has grown. Recently, in 2021, that is when we first got a mass vaccination exercise involving adults of different ages, adults of different groups, and we are focusing on them to protect them from these outbreaks. Now, as we speak, as a country, we are preparing to launch vaccination exercise, but starting with the most at risk. And the most at risk in the Ebola context are the health workers. Majority of those people who have died, those cases that have died, have been health workers, over 60% of them. And so we must prepare as a country to see that the workforce is protected, but the wider and the bigger population is also protected. So this immunization agenda is going to take care of that. Next slide, please. What do we want to see as a country? We want to see that the Ugandans are free from all vaccine preventable diseases. And we want to have a population that will contribute to contribute to the overall objective of our health sector development plan, which is focusing on reduction of morbidity and mortality and disability as coming from vaccine preventable diseases. When we do that, we shall see that every child and any high risk group, this is where we are most of us, the elderly, the men in uniform, the health workers. That's what we mean by high-risk group. That high-risk group is fully vaccinated with high quality and effective vaccines against the vaccine preventable disease. Next slide. Well, how are we going to do it? There are just 5 objectives. 1, we must be sure that access to vaccines is improved. And we have made sure that all our health facilities in the district and in the region are able to have cold chain to keep and preserve these vaccines. 2, availability and potency of these vaccines is protected. That is part of the agenda. To build an expanded program on immunization at all levels, health center 3s, health center 2s, general hospitals, and private facilities, that they should be able to provide the service. People should be able to access these vaccines when is required and when they are needed. Monitor disease trends and program performance. Now we are monitoring for Ebola, like I've told you in the earlier announcement. But we should be able to do that monitoring for all the outbreaks and disease, vaccine preventable diseases. It is very important for us as a district, what is expected of us as leaders and as technical persons. Forecasting, ordering, storing these vaccines and make sure that they are okay. Number 2, we must be able to distribute them at the points of distribution. Number 3, maintain the cold chain. Vaccines must be maintained between +2, +8. Usually our room temperatures, like right now, it is 25. So we have to have instruments and gadgets that maintain that cold chain. Supervision and supervision and on-job training for the health workers. They should be able to do whatever they're supposed to do. Monitoring for action, monitoring of outbreaks. We have advocated for us to stop having a surveillance focal person. In my office, I have a surveillance focal person. We are saying we should be a surveillance officer so that the terms and references are clear. This surveillance focal person is a clinical officer who was picked and brought to the office to deliver. But now we want them to be officers with the clear terms and references for that purpose. Feedback of the health sub-districts and health facilities on the community functioning of the UNEP as a program, and finally active search and surveillance. Here we're talking of flash paralysis, but we want to monitor and do surveillance for all vaccine preventable diseases. Next slide, please. In Uganda, as we speak now, Mr. Chairman, Bwanakau, honorable members of parliament, we have gone all the way from 1. We started in 1962, it was smallpox. That was at the time, it was smallpox ravaging the country. We have moved all the way now to 13 diseases that are vaccine preventable. That is the list: tuberculosis and what causes it. Don't pay attention to what causes the tuberculosis, but pay attention to the nomenclature of the disease. We vaccinate against tuberculosis, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, hepatitis B, Haemophilus influenza B, poliomyelitis, pneumococcal pneumonia, measles, cancer of the cervix, rotaviruses, rubella, and yellow fever. Now, all these new vaccines have been integrated in our new immunization schedule for our children. Next slide. Please note that now we are not talking about only the schedule. We are talking about vaccination along the course of life. You could have completed this children's schedule, but as you get along, as outbreaks come up, many of you, I'm sure, you are vaccinated for COVID-19. We are going to call you again. We might call you for vaccination for Ebola. Health workers are going to be vaccinated for Ebola. By default, because they are health workers. So as we get along, we want to see that every person can get the vaccine according to what is required and when it is required. So those are the new innovations. You see yellow fever on the chart, you see rotavirus, hepatitis B. Many of those new vaccines have not been on our chart. Therefore, as a country, we have drawn a program to do campaigns and introduce these new vaccines in our populations. Next slide. Those are the new vaccines that we are talking about in preparation for outbreaks. But I'll tell you about yellow fever. In Uganda, yellow fever comes and goes. Countries surrounding Uganda, including DRC, including Kenya, including TZ, yellow fever is endemic. Endemic means that it is there throughout the year. So when you are traveling, that's why they require you to be vaccinated as you travel. If Uganda were still surviving, when yellow fever becomes endemic, are we prepared? So this immunization agenda 2030 is one way of getting us prepared to protect Ugandans. Next. So what is this immunization agenda all about? Next slide. So this is a global reflection slide where immunization has come from, who has benefited, how much they have benefited, what needs to be done. That's at the global platform. I will not go there. Let's go to Uganda. In Uganda, you can see that we have had a global vaccine action plan. This action plan started in 2011, spreading across to 2019. It is that plan that helped us as a district, one, to receive all the vaccine stores and the fridges that you see in our health facilities, right from health center 2s to the health center 4s and the general hospitals, including the solar panels that you see, the equipment that we use, the materials and all that. That is when the agenda began. And it has been being implemented since then to date. And we have done several things. This agenda looks out to see that the health and the immunization community agreed to, we have to have aspirations. The reason I'm speaking my language out is to convince you that we must have the vaccination agenda on our program and in our district as countries, as a country, but as a district and community. Next slide. Go next. What is it that this agenda has? One, we have to corporate, yes, we must design the functionality of this agenda, working with the health workers, the leaders from the grassroots. The politicians here love that word. From the grassroots, bottom up. This is our need. As a district, this is what we need. This is our plan to do it, and then we get support from the immunization program and from the ministry. Two, we should be able to tailor our needs in the context. Our context is now outbreaks. Today it is Ebola. Tomorrow it could be something else. We are seeing our neighbors having cholera outbreaks in Congo, in Tanzania, in whatever. Have they vaccinated for cholera? Uganda, we are thinking of introducing the vaccine for cholera because we know it is there. It has been used elsewhere. Can we use the same vaccine and guard against these outbreaks? Number three, are the vaccines acceptable? We must make the population accept and agree to use our vaccines. Then, inequalities and iniquities. Some communities are hard to reach. Some communities are in conflict. Some communities have a problem upstairs. For us, in our tribe, for us, in our family, we don't use vaccines. For us, we don't do that. Now, as a district, we should have that at the back of our minds and work together to address all of that to remove the iniquities. Next. Targeted ways to reduce inequalities. Yes, we are going to talk about the immunization. We are going to teach. Stronger focus on the system strengthening. We want to make sure that our health workers have the capacity, they have the equipment, they have been trained, all the logistics and supplies and everything is available. Then we should be able to go. We are using, out of the 13 diseases that can be prevented by vaccination, we are choosing measles and rubella as a tracer target disease. When we do well with measles and rubella, we should be able to do well with all the others because they are running in the same program. 2, this is what I had said earlier, that we're focusing on life. Focus on the children, focus on the old people, focus on the women. Many of the elderly people in this country, ladies and gentlemen, succumb to pneumonia. If they don't succumb to cancer, if they don't die due to cancer, they will die due to pneumonia. But that pneumonia that kills old people is preventable. So can we have a program to vaccinate that target group, 65 and above, and we give them the vaccine, and we guard against that pneumonia. So that's what we are meaning. Then strengthening partnerships beyond health. I am very excited that in the audience, we have implementing partners who are going to do technical support, who are going to do capacity building, but also most important, implementing partners who are here for advocacy. We must have a voice for this agenda. We must popularize this voice. Finally, in 2020, that agenda was launched. But also framework was launched to guide us on what, how, when, why. That is in that framework, which was launched in 2020. The last slide, please. It is there. That one is the last slide. What do we want to see moving forward? We want to see a world where everyone, everywhere, at every age, fully benefits from vaccines for good health and well-being. When we do that, what will that help us? What will that mean? It will mean that we are going to reduce morbidity and mortality from vaccine-preventable diseases. We are going to leave no child behind. We shall increase equitable access and use new and existing vaccines. And finally, we shall ensure good health and well-being for everybody through strengthening the immunization with primary health care and contributing to the universal health coverage and sustainable development. That desire not seen properly with the PDM that we're talking about as a government, and it is strictly pillar number 4. Social services, we're talking about health and education, and here it is health. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced and truly converted that if we are going to have social and economic transformation and development of our nation, it can only happen, quote me on this, it can only happen if we have a health population. If we don't have health people, we will be writing on water. I thank you very much for God and my country.
Then a big thank you to Doctor for this good health update, which is to all of us. I understand the sugar levels are going high and low for some, but I want also to believe that everyone here has got a lunch card, so we are surely set for lunch. I want to thank all the session presenters for this session and for the quick and elaborate presentations. We have a few but very important presentations after lunch from our development partners who want to share with us what they are doing with us and what they are ready to do with us in this coming year. So I want to call upon them, those who have registered them at the Secretariat, well and good. Those who have not, please register them here, so that immediately after lunch, we have your presentations and then go for the plenary session. Cow will lead our team, will lead our Honorable Member of Parliament for lunch, but before that, Madame Rosari, press the meal that we are going to have so that it may nourish our bodies. Thank you very much.
Let us serve ourselves and thank God for what we are going to eat. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for whatever you have provided before us, food and water and everything. We want to bless it and sanctify it in Jesus' name, and we bless the people who have prepared it in Jesus' name.
So we will have our lunch from where we had our break tea. So we get out from here, the next room. Thank you very much. Time. Motoka UPF 584G tractor ya Jirbatahera ambaye mkama yarabuke UPF 584G tractor ya kitembeza ho muziga agera yarabuke quickly ajendele sotinge. So we are going into this session. We have registered a number of presentations from government partners, and I am happy and glad that we have registered many of them. We shall have a presentation from our court. We shall have a presentation from TPO Uganda, then a presentation from Ministry of Water. We have a presentation from Badifa. We have a presentation from AID, and a presentation from TASO. This is good indeed to see that we have many partners working together with us, and in this process sharing with us what they have been doing and what they intend to do with us. So we give them this opportunity to add on what we have presented to enrich our budget. I wish to, at this point, to recognize amidst us the presence of the RDC, Mbarara District Local Government. Mbarara DC, you're most welcome. Also, allow me to welcome the Piso Mbarara District Local Government, you're most welcome. In the interest of time, we're going to have a presentation from Accord as our first development partner. Then TPO should be getting ready to follow after Accord. So Accord, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Tiboti. In the interest of time, I will be very fast. All protocol observed. First and foremost, we are very privileged to be invited to this budget conference. I am sorry I didn't do a PowerPoint because we thought we'd drop you a document and proceed. We have another engagement. I am here on behalf of the regional manager, John Najuna, whom most of you might know. He's in another similar engagement of proposals. As you know, for us NGOs, that's where we participate most. I've been hearing people talking about writing proposals. That's, I think, for us, our niche as NGOs. Accord Uganda, for some of you who may be hearing about us for the very first time, it is agents for cooperation in research and development. Here in Uganda, we are operating in almost all the regions. Our headquarters are in Kampala, and we have a regional office here in Mbarara and in Kampuzi particularly. I want to go very fast to the areas of our competence, if I should call it. We do work in water, sanitation and hygiene, WASH. We have integrated water resources management. We have GBV and sexual reproduction health as part of what we do. Livelihoods. Climate change adaptation is one of the latest that we have had on our list. I will not go through visions and the like in the interest of time. I want to share with you the two projects that we are doing in Mbarara. Of course, it's important for me to mention that for the two projects we have, we are not only in Mbarara, we're also in Rwampara, Buweju, Tungamu, Kazo, those other districts. But what I'm presenting will be specific for Mbarara, so that it makes meaning for this budget conference. The two projects include scaling up supporting women groups to improve their resilience and adaptation to climate change, the effects of climate change in particular. The other is promoting restoration and protection of river systems and the catchment area. Those two projects, if you come to most of our meetings, we call them the RIS project and the WASH project. I am a project officer to the RIS project, protection of and restoration of river systems and the catchment area. And another colleague of mine called Nakawesi Olivia, who is heading the WASH component. What have we done in the past 1 year? Both of these projects have been running 3 years. The WASH project incidentally ends this December, but we are very hopeful that our partners are going to support us to have another phase, which will be phase 5 of the project, which Mbarara has benefited from its phase 1. For the RIS project, we are in our second phase, and we have been able to do a number of things. We have constructed rainwater tanks to a tune of 104. in Mbarara alone. And we have also constructed institutional tanks. Those were household, 4 of them. We have constructed irrigation, micro irrigation systems, 18 in number, and the tune of the money spent is right there. We have also done trainings and sensitizations in schools. We believe that if the young population is well trained, then these wash issues will be history in the near future. We have also promoted energy-saving cooking stoves, and 174 stoves have been constructed in the communities, in like 4 sub-counties. We planned for 160, but the demand in the community drove us crazy to going beyond our expectation and target. We have also been able to train 18 women groups in the number of these soil water and conservation structures in places like Mahembe, Rubaya, Bihare, Kashare, Buchiro. We have done those trainings in those areas. We have also, in the bid to do restoration, planted a number of trees, and particularly in Mbarara we have done 2,600 trees that were bought and distributed to the communities. Now in the next phase we are changing our approach. We are doing nursery bed development. We want to help the communities to appreciate developing their own, so that they do not depend on us bringing to them. And we think that will empower them to, when the project finally closes out, they should be able to survive. But maybe also to be an income generating option for the communities where we work. We have supported, very importantly here, 4 groups in the Buchiro, particularly in the past year, with what we call a seed fund. Some of these were people who were involved within the wetland near in Kakondo, that area, and some of them were those who were affected by those mudslides and a lot of trouble from the uphill in Kakondo. And so we gave them, each of the group received 3 million as an alternative livelihood option for them to go for. And I'm happy to mention that these groups have put these resources to the right use. And because of that, we are hoping in the next year, we will want to grow them to environmental cooperatives. We'd like to grow them to environmental cooperatives, and we will be coming to the commercial officer for support and the town clerk for this matter, because we think that they have been able to utilize the resources well. We, in the past year, and I think about 3 or 2 months ago, received a request from Buchiro Town Council, where they had been ravaged again with floods and mudslides in a place called Akatafari. I hope I recorded them well. And in that place, we have been able to construct 24 gabions as a way of averting the terrible mudslides coming from uphill. And we are very grateful to the town clerk in particular, who pushed us to the wall to ensure that we could go. It was not a planned activity, it was an emergency. And for us, we felt, well, we are usually going to the community to ask them to be involved in our activities. Now the community is asking us to go, so it's very important that we can respond. And we had to work a way out. We have also another, we will read down there at particular villages where we have done the interventions. There are tables over there. I will leave this document with the district. We usually do reports to Mbarara, so this is one of them. Particular areas where we have done these things. I do not want to take a lot of time. Let me just take us to what we are going to do in the next year, what we hope to contribute to. Like I mentioned earlier, the project that is ending in December, we have written a successor proposal, and that proposal is in the final stages. We are very hopeful. That funder has been with us for over 15 years, so we are almost hopeful that it's going to work out. If that project works out, this is what we intend to do. We intend to construct more household rainwater harvesting tanks to a tune of 192 for Mbarara. We also hope that we will do about 12 tanks, which are institutional in nature, like for churches, schools. And we also hope to do 12 micro irrigation schemes and 3 institutional tanks. We also hope to do 100 stoves for Mbarara alone. We also are looking for doing more trainings for the communities where we work in the areas of WASH and integrated water resources management. We are looking forward to, and in those sub-counties mentioned there. We will continue to do visits, we will continue to monitor what we do in the communities, and this time around we want to continue to involve the local leaders in that place. We recognize as a code that we do not work independent of the local leaders. We also recognize as a code that we do a supplementary role. We add on what you people are doing. So, and that's why we felt it was important to actually attend this, so we can note the areas where we could chip in. I'm not making any promises in this meeting because I am not final in decision making, but we usually look at those budgets and we can respond when the opportunity strikes. One of the other things we're going to do, like I mentioned, is to grow now the current 4 groups that are more related to protection and restoration. We want to grow them to cooperatives, and they may receive close to 20 million. And this is what we have earmarked in the new, in the next year that we're going to be in. So the total will be like 530 million if all goes well with the proposal we have written. One of the things I want to highlight is that we have found the community is very receptive, apart from a few, but most of the people have been receptive. But we have also found the district and lower local leaders and officers very helpful. And we want to thank you very much for supporting the efforts we have in this community. We have a few challenges that we have found. Overwhelming demand. Some places are hard to reach in terms of the services. So when you construct a tank for one household, the next is asking for another. And it's overwhelming for us. Surpasses the capacity we have. Poor road network, you know, some of the places all of us know are very difficult to drive through. But now we have a donor requirement to provide cost share. As you very well know, for us NGOs, we are non-profit making. So when the donor asks you to provide extra resources from own funding, this is where we find difficulties. But we are devising a means to say, if the sub-county, for instance, planned to do gabions in Akatafari, for example, if they are doing 10 and we do 30, then that 10 will be considered to be counterpart funding from the community. We still, the donor says, if the community loves this activity that much, why wouldn't they put their coin? But the communities where we work are not rich. They don't have a lot of money. So, but we're asking maybe, strategically we're thinking, if the council has spent money related to the activity, maybe that can be accounted for cost share so that we do not lose the opportunities with the donors. One of the challenges we have had in that regard is that we lost a 160 million project that was supposed to be built in Buchiro, and partly because the community wanted us to buy land, and we could not buy land because it's not part of what we do. And so that project actually ended up going to Mtungamu. And because there was a bit of, we worked with the water officer, he gave us a CDO as well, we worked with the town clerk, we tried what we could to have that project stay in Buchiro, but the owner of the land said, I think some people told him that Accord has a lot of money, ask them to give you money, they cannot take your land for free. We're saying here, we are not taking land, we're simply bringing you an infrastructure that will support the community. I hope and pray that the leaders here today can be able to support us in this area in the future so that we don't lose such critical projects. Because that place had a gravity flow scheme coming from Kapondo, but it has failed in some of the areas and it's not serving the purpose. And we thought this would help to beef up the challenges of water in the community. So that really was not very nice. But you see, for us, we couldn't lose the opportunity of the money coming to Uganda. So we took it to another part of Uganda in an area where we are also implementing the activities. Because the requirement was you must have direct beneficiaries. Now in Intungam we already had direct beneficiaries. So we didn't have an opportunity. They gave us other boreholes up there, but this particular project did not have direct beneficiaries in those other areas apart from Buchiro. So that's how we lost it. But we're hoping in the future we will have better arrangements because now we are getting in place donors who are interested in supporting areas of water. So the better we have our house in order, maybe in the future we'll be able to get some more. I would like to stop here in the interest of time. I actually need to be in another proposal meeting, but I have to stay to make this presentation, and then I'll be going immediately. Thank you very much.
A very big stand clap for Akodi. And there are many takeaways from his presentation. We want to thank you for the good work and the good proposals you have for us. And we have heard your appeal. Maybe it will not happen again. Let's receive a presentation from TPO Uganda. TPO Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, the honorable member of parliament, the chairman and the treasurer, and the entire leadership of the district. My name is Amon Asimile. I work for TPO Uganda as a project coordinator. I'm glad to be part of this gathering, and specifically to present what we do as TPO in Mbarara district. Looking at this, we are a project funded by USAID, and the project's name is Keeping Children Healthy and Safe Activity. It's a 5-year project, which started in 2020, and it's going to end in 2025, September 2025. And we've been operating in 17 districts in Uganda, but in this third year, beginning October, we shall be in 25 districts. And it's a $19 million project. So TPO is a prime partner in this activity, and it does direct implementation in those districts as well as providing oversight. We have partners that we work with, and we have AVIS, which operates in those districts. We have Accord, we have REPSI, and then the recent one, Masaka Diocese Medical Services, which operates in Central Region. But TPO does oversight for all these organizations. Next slide. So this activity, keeping children healthy and safe, is a project that targets households where we have children. And these are children that are living with HIV. These are children that are sexually abused. These are children that we call exposed infants, the 0 to 18 months whose mothers are HIV positive. Households where we have caregivers that are living with HIV and are unsuppressed. Those are the subpopulations that we target on the project. And if you look at the numbers specifically for Mbarara, we have total target. COP21 is the year that ended in September. COP22 is the year that has started in October. So the total number of 10,106, and then this new year, 11,7799. So this looks at the households where we work in, looking at the caregivers, as well as the number of beneficiaries that we've enrolled on the program. Next slide. So you have the numbers now for all the targeted districts where we operate. Just go to the next slide. So in all, the whole goal of the project is to prevent new HIV infections and reduce vulnerability among children. And basically, we are looking at orphans and vulnerable children, adolescent girls and young women. And for us to be able to achieve the goal, there are a number of interventions that we do. So whereas the clinical partners, the health facilities and other organizations provide medication to children and their families, for us, our work is at household level. And we are looking at economic empowerment. There are so many barriers of people getting access to treatment or continuing on treatment because they lack money. So we have interventions that address issues of economic empowerment at household level to ensure that people are able to get money to access treatment, people are able to get money to be able to support themselves and get the basic needs. The other objective is strengthening local government and community platforms to increase and improve services for orphans and vulnerable children and their caregivers. We work closely with the Community-Based Services Department and the Health Department, and the basic here is for us to be able to see that these departments are able to provide the right services and they are supposed to provide these services. And we shall look at a number of activities. Now, like I said, these are some populations for enrollment that we've been able to enroll. We have HIV-exposed infants, the children of female sex workers, HIV-positive adults, and then HIV-positive children, and the sexually abused. So every household that we go to must have at least one of these. This is what takes us there. But our activities support the entire household. So whereas we are taken by, for example, a sexual abused child, what we do to economically empower a household is for the entire household. It's not only for the child. Next slide. So you have the total. These are the subpopulations that we've enrolled, but then we have their caregivers, we have the other children that exist within those households. So these are some of the services. At household level, we realize that there are people that have challenges of taking their medication. So we provide literacy at household level. We provide referrals. There are people that even do not have transport to go to the facilities. We provide emergency transport. We link and train the children living with HIV 15 to 17 years on apprenticeship. And apprenticeship includes training in saloon, training in bakery, training in welding. These skills are basically for children in the households where we work, and these children are out of school. So it is important that we understand that apprenticeship training is not for everybody. It's basically for those that are out of school. Because we want to ensure that this young person in a home can learn a saloon, and we give startup equipment for them to earn some money. We have some children that have learned tailoring, and at the end of the 6 months training, we buy sewing machines and give to them to start their own incomes, their own projects. So we look at income generation as a way that can boost these households, because if a sewing machine is earning money for this young person, then the money can still support the household. So for the sexual abused, the children that are defiled, our role as TPOs to ensure that we provide emergency support. In terms of these children are taken to the health facility, they are tested and started on PEP, and then we work with other teams to ensure that the perpetrator or the person who defiles is followed up to the logical conclusion. Female sex workers as well, similar to the other activities of people living with HIV, but we are training them, we are giving them skills, and these skills are basically to help them earn some money. Some have been trained in making liquid soap, others in bakery, and the basis is that the projects or the activities that they are engaged in can be able to support them economically. So that is the whole thing. Non-suppressed caregivers as well, we provide adherence support, we provide emergency food. Emergency food is for those households that really have challenges of getting food, and then after providing the food, we ensure that we even establish gardens and give them vegetables to boost their nutrition. So this is the basis of what we do. HIV-exposed infants, these young ones, 0 to 18 months, whose mothers are positive. The basis is that we want these children not to contract HIV. So we support them along the EID cascade to ensure that we support the mothers with infant feeding. We support them by providing referrals to go for immunization and to go for their tests, different tests and facilities. Next slide. So these are sub-county specific. Some of the, we have some divisions in the city that are merged here, but these are the sub-county numbers that we have. And we have the children as well as the adults. So those are the households in the different sub-counties that we work in, and then the number of beneficiaries of the project that exist in those sub-counties. Next slide. Next slide. Next one, we can leave this because this is basically a health component. So in terms of emergency food, out of the children that we support, we've been able to support 24 children. I've not put the figures, but I have the figures for this quarter below. So we supported these children, and as we provide the food, we ensure that we draw means of this household getting food other than our own emergency support. And how do we do this? We establish gardens to boost their nutrition, but also ensure that the caregivers of children are able to make some money through the different trainings that we provide. And these trainings include, we group these people and put them in savings groups to be able to save money and learn among themselves. We also do trainings, short skills training. We've done training in liquid soap, in bakery, and these caregivers have been able to earn money from these activities. So those are the cottage skills. And then we have gardens. We have established 3,421 gardens. We give seeds, and we ensure that we monitor these households continue taking these vegetables. Some of them have got markets from the local markets around, and they are able to sell these vegetables and earn money amongst themselves. So we have trained 40 young people, 15 to 17, in apprenticeship, and this is training in saloon, tailoring, mechanics, and out of the 40, 10 of them have already received tailoring machines. I'll show you some of the pictures for those. At sub-county level, there is a structure called the parasocial worker structure. This is a recognized structure by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. And so these are the people we work with at household level. So we have trained this team, and we continue to work with them to provide services at household level. We have what we call case worker structure. This is based at the health facility, to be able to receive the referrals for the children we refer there, and also be able to tell us that out of this number of children that come to the facility, these ones have not come because of transport, and for us to provide the transport to them to come to the facility. We have trained field agents. These ones are basically for training people in community and income generation, and several of them have been trained. The probation officer, we provide modem data, because the previous projects that we've had established what we call the District Action Center. And what this does is to follow up violence against children cases and GBV cases. So for us, we provide this data for them to be able to follow up cases and extract data that is escalated on the child helpline. We've supported index testing. We've taken drugs to beneficiaries at household level, and also taken children back to care, those that drop on care, so that they get back to treatment. Next slide. So, like I said, we have the caregivers of these children are merged in savings groups. And this is the number of groups that we have by sub-county. And then you have the members that are in these groups. And then you have the women and those that attend. You see, if you look at the number of women that are in these groups, is quite bigger compared to the men. Now, these groups have been able to save money, and I want you to go to the next slide, which shows the money that these groups have been able to save. So we support these groups save money, and if you look at sub-counties, you have Biharwe, Buware. This is the number of groups in the sub-county, the amount of money that these groups have been able to save. Now, within these group savings groups, we have a component called EduFund. These people have money specifically to support education. And so the money is used either to buy scholastic materials or pay school fees. So this is the money also in the groups that have been saved specifically for EduFund. Next slide. Next slide, please. I've been warned of time, so I need to rush. Let's move down. So this is an example of apprenticeship toolkit. So I've hidden this child because it's not allowed for us to project to show you the faces of these children. So this one was trained in tailoring. After 6 months, we buy a tailoring machine. This person identifies an area nearby where they come from, and they start their own business. So this is apprenticeship training. This is actually in Wanyamaembe. Next slide. This is a certificate that we give to a person that completes the training of 6 months, because they need to be certified as evidence that they did the training. This child here had dropped on treatment, so we were able to identify this child from the community and brought this child. So they have this child has been started on treatment and is now taking medication properly. This is a case conference. We support case conferences at sub-county level, where we have the CDO, you have the facility in charge nearby, and then the parasocial workers to discuss issues of violence against children. And we have planned for these activities also for this quarter. Next slide. I need to go to the budget and then. So this is also drug refill. So this one here, we had the probation officer for the district. We had a child who was being taken to Kabaret Man home, and we provided transport. So this is the probation officer from Mbarara district, and the person next the other side is our M&E officer. So these are some of the activities we are going to do for October to December. I've not put the general budget for the whole year because some of the activities we have, we adjust on a quarterly basis. So we are going to have 20 health facility meetings. The purpose of this is for us to have a discussion with health facilities to see how people are getting treatment. If there are challenges at household level, we are able to address them. We want to provide emergency food to 24 children. When we do assessment at household level and realize that people have a challenge of food, then we provide this emergency food. So we want to provide food for 24 households. We have a district referral directorate. Because they are partners in the district that provide quite a number of services, we want to see how we have a document that shows these organizations, what they do, so that if somebody wants a service, they can easily refer to this document. We want to have referral reflection meetings. We want to continue training the parasocial workers. We want to work with counselors to move to households where we have children that are living with HIV. We want to support meetings for non-suppressed clients. We are going to provide emergency transport for those that have challenges going to the facility and get treatment. We also want to support case conferences at sub-county level. And these are 2 meetings that we are going to support in a year, where we have the CDO and the other teams at the sub-county level discuss issues of children in that sub-county. So these are activities will be done at sub-county level. Then you have visits, monthly visits to the households that we work in. Move down. And then we are going to support CBSD and specifically the probation officer to follow up GBV and VAC cases. So the cases that relate to issues of children will provide transport to the probation officer to follow up these cases. We shall also provide data bundles and airtime to the probation officer and the DAC focal person. And then we shall also look at repairing some of the equipment at the District Action Center. We want to do support supervision together with the district teams, and we shall identify, working with the Office of the COW and CPSD, to do support supervision in sub-counties, and specifically those that have issues of reporting on issues of children. In 2020, the Minister of Gender, we had a new child policy, and this one established what we call the child well-being committees. So we shall support these meetings at sub-county and district level, and this will be biannually. Field agents, this one is specifically for the savings groups, which I've shown you. We shall support backyard gardening, buying vegetables and other things to ensure that the households can have gardens where they can get seeds and they are able to boost their nutrition. We shall continue training in apprenticeship and cottage. So we have a target of 8 this quarter, October to December, so that we train these young people and we are able to buy for them startup equipment for them to earn money. So in total, for the October-December period, we are going to spend 102 million shillings specifically for all these activities I've mentioned. I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Bwana Amon, and thanks a lot to TPO Uganda. Indeed, we get to know that we have serious partners, and our homes and villages are doing well, and will continue to do well if we still get more of this support. Thank you very much once again, TPO, and we pledge as a district to continue working with you. We have a presentation from Minister of Water, and I will make a humble request but in the subsequent presentations, we scaled down the time, at least 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Session Chair. My name is Lois Wichiriza. I'm a senior sociologist with Ministry of Water and Environment under the Water and Sanitation Development Facility Southwest, and I'm representing the facility manager, Engineer Enoch Manje, the Honorable District Woman Member of Parliament, all protocol observed. I will give a background as they look for our presentation. I'm representing the Water and Sanitation Development Facility Southwest in particular. We were established to develop water supply and sanitation systems for rural growth centers and small towns. We work in 17 districts, and particularly in Mbarara, we implemented water supply systems for Rubindi, we carried out an extension of Mbarara, and recently Kashaka Bubare, which are all managed under National Water and Sewage Corporation. So next, under the current phase of the Water and Sanitation Development Facility in Mbarara District, we are going to implement Rubaya, Uchiro, Town Council, Nyabisirira Town Council, and Mabira Ward, Wanyamahembe Town Council. The objectives is to improve the socio-economic situation of people living in small towns and rural growth centers by providing adequate water supply and sanitation. We do it at 3 levels: at public stand posts or water kiosks, where people can fetch. For each public kiosk, we plan that each public stand post or kiosk serves 200 households, and then we do it also at institutions, and then we provide water in homes, in people's yards, and then also promotion of appropriate sanitation technologies, ensuring basic sanitation by promoting safe excreta disposal facilities, and then promotion of hand washing. Going straight on what we are doing in this current financial year, in Rubaya Rural Growth Center, according to the socio-economic survey that was carried out, Rubaya has 25,414 people from 41 villages. We signed a memorandum of understanding in September 21 with the sub-county and the community. And then we embarked on borehole drilling. The chief challenge that we shall mention is that the water resources are limited in Rubaya. We shall in the next slide see the attempts that were made and how challenged we were challenged by the water resources, because for a design period of 20 years, the population of Rubaya needs a total of 40 cubic meters per hour. But when we come to the next slide, you see that attempts have not been that successful to meet that need of 40 cubic meters per hour. We may go to the next slide to explain those things better. The first attempts that were made were in November 2021 in Ruhunga, we only got 1.4 cubic meters. In Muko, we got only 1.3 cubic meters. In Kahoma, we got only 1.6 cubic meters. We could not use these ones now to develop a piped water supply. So second attempts were made in August. In Rukukuru, 2 boreholes were drilled. The highest yielding has 15 cubic meters, and another one 8.3. And then that one is Echirehe, not Echera, it's Echirehe 3, also in Itara, 6 cubic meters. So those ones, they are fairly yielding, and they are the ones that we shall consider under the first phase to make a piped water supply system. Then we also have Bunenero of 2.1. These ones we shall just install hand pumps such that people can still use them as hand pumps. Then in Buchiro, Buchiro has a design already. Buchiro Town Council, it has a design. So we are studying the current design and we'll carry out a design review. An advocacy meeting was made. We met with the town council leadership and the council. We are yet to sign a memorandum of understanding, and then other pre-construction software activities will continue. Procurement of a contractor will commence in the 4th quarter of the current financial year. Then in Nyabisirira, Ministry of Water also under the Water and Sanitation Development Facility will carry out an in-house design for Nyabisirira Town Council and as well as Mbarara RGC. Then for the financial year 2023-2024, Ministry of Water will support implementation, that is construction of Buchiro piped water supply and sanitation system, and also Nyabisirira and Mbarara. And that is it from Ministry of Water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishiriza from the water sector. I want to believe members that this was a very good highlight on the water resource and progress in the district, and it's a good indication. Thank you very much, Water. We continue to receive a presentation from Badifa. Badifa, please. Then we'll be, after Badifa, we have Aid, and then we end up our presentation. Badifa.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. My name is Alex Atwile. I'm the Executive Coordinator from Badifa. As they put together my presentation, I have my Vice Chairman, Mr. Mbarara. I recognize your presence in that capacity. And also our life member, Senior Kayumbu William. That one is our life member. And I'm talking about a comparison subject, which is farming. So for those who don't know Badifa, next slide, is a farmer-based organization which was established in 1994 as a branch of Uganda National Farmers Association, UNIFA. So in 1998, we registered separately as a company limited by guarantee, also affiliated to Uganda National Farmers Federation. We have a membership of over 10,000, distributed in 500 groups. But we also have permanent members of Badifa, who we call life members. We are there to unite farmers and make sure that we practice farming as a business that is rewarding and honorable. Next slide. What do? We do capacity building. We look there and advocate for farmers. And here we have precisely worked with Mbarara district government. Because since 1994 we have been together. And we strategically network. And we build capacity of groups. And we also promote farm technologies. And we ensure that farmers access good agro inputs or genuine agro inputs. Next. How are we structured? We have different enterprises. As you know, Mbarara is a livestock district. We have bananas, we have coffee. So farmers with similar interests are clustered together and they form farmer group. And that farmer group, when they come together at the village level, they form village farmers assembly, and we have village executive committees. Then you go to parish, and in that order we have parish executive committees, but also making sure that farmers within that parish come together and they have an assembly and they have a government there. At sub-county level, they same under the district. That's where Mr. Mji's Asaf, the 9 board members are elected to take leadership of all these other farmers to the grassroots. Our chairman is Dr. Dick Nomanyaka Mganga, and he's also the president of the Uganda National Farmers Federation. And he comes from Mbarara sub-county, just near here. Next. Development projects we have done in 2021-2022. We had Mbadifa GIZ partnership, and that was called the Change Project. It was looking at strengthening Mbadifa and its structures, and that one ended in April 2022. The amount was 51 million. And we have another one that looks at multiplication of banana clean planting materials. And the project started in 2021, and it is ending in October 2023. And we are being supported by MEDA. It's an international organization that supports businesses that are geared towards poverty alleviation. And it has $58,000 and is still ongoing. We have also another one, strengthening of district production coordination committees. We did that one together with Mbarara District Local Government and Uganda District. The project started in April. Unfortunately, it ended in October. But I'm happy to note that for the first time, we have coordinated all the value chain players within Mbarara District. If you see all these development partners, what they were reporting, some of us did not know what they were doing. But this project we did with Mbarara District Government was coordinating all the players within the agriculture sector, even non-agricultural sector, but contributing towards agriculture, to get to know what Mbadifa is doing in Uchuro or Kashari or where. And the prime reason is to avoid duplication of services. If Mbadifa is in Kashari and doing rainwater harvesting, then a code should direct its attention to another sub-county. That one will help the population. After all, we are targeting the same farmers, we are targeting the same population. On this note, I want to thank the district leadership, of course the political leadership headed by the chairman notified and his team, the COW and your technical team, especially the production department. We received maximum cooperation, and their results show that we have done a very great work together with you. And if I was not holding the microphone, then I would clap for you, but you can help join hands and clap for them. Sometimes you enter into a district and you don't receive cooperation. Next slide. The progress we have done with the multiplication of banana planting materials, we were able to invest 69 million and we improved the infrastructure at Iba Mixed Farm in Rwanyamahebe. Those who know him or who know his farm, we have improved his nursery to produce 20,000 plants per season. And if you need green planting materials, you can walk straight to Ibo Mixed Farm and be able to access. We have not only improved the nursery, but we have also extended pipe water system of 45 million. And if you aggregate that, it's equivalent to 69 million. And it has been able to produce 50,000 plantlets, and farmers have accessed green planting material. We have also constructed a new chamber in Uganda, much as it is in Mbarara, but farming has no borders. You can cross to Mbarara and access green planting material. That one is being owned by Mbadifa, and it's managed by Mbadifa. We have also improved the infrastructure of 6 nursery operators distributed in 6 districts of Shema, Ibanda, Rwambala, Chiruhura, and Isinjiro, the Greater Mbarara, where we are working. And these ones provide market for plantlets. Next. Oh, you're already there. We have also, the project I was talking about, the Production Coordination Committee. We were able to have an engagement meeting, and that was the investment cost. We had a workshop to develop a monitoring tool. We have a joint monitoring tool that enables us to go to the field and collect data. And we also had quarterly monitoring visits, and those monitoring visits were informing quarterly coordination committee. And in that committee, I need to mention that the chairperson of the committee is the COW, and the secretary of the committee is the DPO, that's the District Production Coordination Committee. And all other players are members of the committee. Next slide. We were able to support Ginger Shop. The committee members went to Ginger Shop to back up also the exhibiting team, and we were able to win. We have established data management system according to our project design, but because of time, we had little time, and GIZ did not release other funds, and we are still in engagement with them to make sure that in the next phase, they scale up so that we implement 1 or 2 years so that we can be able to realize the desired impact. We also have a learning visit to a model farm, but that one did not happen. The reason is as above. We facilitated the committee for 4 months with data and airtime to the tune of 7 million. Next. And we were able also to give the production department IT equipment worth 12 million, 1 printer, 1 laptop, and 1 desktop. And those were handed over to Carl and the chairman of CFL. Other support areas, through GIZ, we were able to give the district IT equipment that were received by the district leadership. In addition to the other support I showed you above, that was to enhance ICT within the district to a process of 60 million. And we were able to support the Ginger Shop, and we injected in money as Mbadifa, of course, together with the district. What are we proposing to do? We plan to scale up multiplication and distribution of macroplantlets within the district, and we shall invest 30 million because we want to bring on board so many nursery operators on the board because it's a business. We also want to produce bulking centers within Kaboji, Wanyamahembe, Uchiro, Rubindi, Kashari, and Ubare, because the parish government model looks at business component. And Mbadifa, we have been doing that through transformation of groups to come together at the parish level to make sure they do business together and be able to enjoy economies of scale. And we shall do that by supporting them with very additional equipment. We have supported two cooperatives in Rwanyamahembe, that is Rutoma Cooperative and Kojaga Cooperative. We gave them moisture meter and pig's baths to the cost of 4 million. I did not mention here, but that was also support going to our groups. Still, we shall continue strengthening the groups, and we are targeting to reach 100 groups in 2022-2023, and we shall invest about 10 million, and those are target sub-counties. We plan to rehabilitate our store, facelift it at Jinja, and because it's a partnership district and other players, but Mbadifa will primarily inject in 15 million to make sure that we facelift it for branding purposes and making sure that the outlook is nice. We also plan to support the District Production Coordination Committee even when GIZ is not there, to make sure that we sit regularly and be able to share whatever affects our farmers. To us, whether there is a partner or not, we are supposed to continue. Those are pictures, the support we gave to Iba Mixed Farm. We drilled, and first time we hit the water. We have, you can see the vice chair handing over the next, that is the improved chamber at Iba Mixed Farm, and that is the water we installed at Iba Mixed Farm. Next, if I talk about macro plantlets, that's the planting chamber. No kuatengonya ojizaze mtumba ahoko mtumba ite karwara ine kajundena nebindi. So part of the value addition and making sure that farmers access clean planting material, we innovated into macro propagation. Next, it is a business making venture. You can see you are being employed. That is our chamber at Ugando, and we are turmuntu pakure mtumba mtuzaku kuzalese mtumba mkuratu tunabitana. Next, you can see mtumba kwa kubeli munasa shede jingamba. That's what it means. Next, that is Mbarara District Local Government Technical Team at the Jinja Show, and that's how we won. Of course, the teams we are allowed because we're in partnership. On my right, Ogun senior IT officer and is part of the District Production Committee. Uria no officials, Uria Kario wa UCD. So, go. That is a store promote to Zentum at Jinja. Straight, next slide. Part of the team, that is our store at Jinja. Go next. The District Production Coordination Committee, Abantamo Kabagura uniform through GIZ support of Kofira Bona Badiak. Koma Yachire, they went to him. We are able to win. I don't know whether it is the next slide, but if it's not there, no, continue and see. District Tekatweta, bad sim. But different team, and I want to partner. Thank you, Kawan, your team, and Chairman LC5 and your team. As on some activities, monitoring field activities, Mr. Bianhanga's farm in Nyachishari. He's also a life member, and he was also a member of the council, Mbarara District of Government. Tukatayarana naba kunake himba in Ruti. If you can see, now we are part of the committee. There is a business opportunity because we in a capacity, you are storage, kind of providing a market for beans. And we are able to establish a business relationship together with the district and actors. Next, meeting next slide. Attention computers na Ngambe Square district of Jules Village. Zana straight. Mtukorana ba. Gambano ukora. Reba mtukorana ukora. Ba. Strategic DI trust. Bueno mbadisha kuzana na binja bono bono. Konga muhera. Mbarara district government. Ito tahali mwe mpaka tujaba na bani. Go next. Future plans. Tuetenga kukora kureba mu farmers bona. Batekesende kani umushaho. Next, tuetenga kureba ngo bugwerezi ana predictable patterns zezo abo kwa mwizi na vale bakaterwa. Mwizi of course is still part of us, but specifically vale bakaterwa or bad. So we need to engage farmers. One, bakatire amakagabu. Twende okubali okuja mutwatera umuranga bamemba ba parliament, abo bamemba ba parliament natile kitara cy'ibyo kurya. And Mbarara tukakora ordinance ya food security governance. One, thank you for that, and we need to implement that ordinance. Go first. Genda turebe. Mbadi fokuterasi. Food security governance na data bank for farmers, and we have started that one with production department na AIT, and we are going to have farmers one of Mbarara on production department one of them, and we are being supported by the IT department. And I have effectively utilized your 10 minutes. Thank you very much for listening to me.
We are proud of Badifa because Badifa has together taken us through a lot of successes. Our last presentation, a quick one, is from AIT, and then we so AIT, and then TASO as we wind up and go to a plenary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cyril. Religious leaders that we have in the House, Honorable Member of Parliament, the CAO, our political wing, and the technical team of the district. Thank you very much, plus partners. A very good evening. I am called Sankara Biaruhanga. I'm a director in charge of marketing and communication at Empower Youth in Technology. With me here, seated next to the communication officer, is Mr. Ronald Tushabe. Okay. Yes, he is our team leader at Empower Youth in Technology, plus my other colleagues behind the production of the ETV. Now, ladies and gentlemen, biblically, an old man, after holding Jesus, said, "Now I can die, for I know this young man is here to save the world." Now, AIT is here to empower the next generation of young innovators, young people that you're going to look at and say, well, even when I'm no longer the planning officer, this young man is actually going to take Mbarara ahead. We are a tech hub and innovation center here in Mbarara, which targets young people. We get in young people, nurture them into developing solutions. At the end of the day, that turn into entrepreneurial kind of jobs for them, but also creating employment for their fellows. We do that at a within the building located at former Standard Chartered Bank, level 3, a hub that has capacity at least to seat 40 young men at the same time. Now we do that through building capacity of university students and early graduates to build tech startups and innovative businesses. And we also support innovative startups. We help them to scale. Why we were selected, or why we chose to begin Empower Youth in Technology is because only 1 in 5 startups are going to succeed in Uganda. And majorly because, of course, there's no business knowledge known to these young people, but also capital and then market, just like other partners have already noted. Yes, we could proceed. Okay. Now, the above is taken into consideration, just like we could know, a good number of graduates, to be specific, 87% of them graduate and they're actually not going to get employment. Now, having looked at that, we support them in 3 ways, and those are our focus areas. Capacity building, this involves training them and mentoring them. but also helping those that have started something small to market them and promote them, and also link them to startup financing through giving them microloans and linking them to seed capital opportunities. We, like I already said, target young men, university students usually, but also graduates. And just like already noted, 400,000 graduate, but only 90,000 are going to be getting jobs. Now, while we do all this, the only way we earn is through consultancy, training, and mentorship. We have a YIT media that we're about to be looking at. Even now, we're actually live. Innovation user fees from some innovations that we build, but also workspace where young people come around to use, and also the interest that we get from the microloans. Now, the difference is, of course, I understand that there's so many organizations trying to support young people around innovation, but majorly, most of them do trainings or mentorship and then link them to funding, while for us, we look at nurturing from the idea level, not only those that have started. We nurture you up to commercialization, making sure that the idea gets on market and is going to be getting you some money. And of course, through knowledge, startup capital, but also markets. Now we have a board in Mbarara district. That board helped us to acquire fast and reliable and affordable internet from the NITA Uganda National IT Authority through the office of Mr. Sril. And now young people are able to utilize this internet to build digital solutions. We thank you, Mbarara district, for that. The district has also helped us build partners, kind of weight, trust at least. As Mr. Alex was addressing, the project that they implemented with GIZ, it also had a seat at the district's production coordination committee. But we have also gained, for instance, through other equipment like laptops, the way he mentioned it, furniture and the rest. But that's not all. All our innovations that young people build, whenever we are applying for funding, if the funder, knowing that we are going to implement this in partnership with Mbarara District Local Government, builds trust. And we cannot stop thanking you. As a matter of fact, 3 of our innovations were funded under Ministry of ICT, and that was by the help of the district. Now, here is it all, how we would actually move together. While the district planner was presenting the 5 objectives of this very plan, the District Development Plan 3, we picked interest in 2 of the objectives. Objective number 2, that looks at strengthening the private sector capacity to drive growth and create jobs. Under it, the district highlighted that one of the strategies is actually digital transformation. And we are lucky that we already have been doing something around that area. For instance, we built primary education performance assessment system, PEPAS. It was born here in Mbarara District Local Government in the era of Mr. Kweyamba as CAO then. This tool helps to gather information, all data around primary education, all primary schools. So it's a database of all students in the district, all teachers in the district, all head teachers in the district, and obviously all schools. And then it is going to compute and analyze the performance of each school within a mechanism or a formula developed by the district itself. Apparently, it is being piloted at Ivana district. All schools in that district are sorted. It is able to generate reports. You're able to tell who did what, which teacher is contributing what in English or mathematics, who headmaster is performing which way and all that. But most importantly, it is a database of all students in the district, and you're able to track and know student X moved from school X to school Y, so you're able even to track dropouts. So it is a very, very big tool, and our humble request in the next year, 2023-2024, we believe and request that you allow us customize it to Mbarara district local government. Let's have all primary schools put in this tool. It will help the district education office or the department to analyze all the information around performance. And while we are saying estimated seat cost is 10 million, we are willing to deploy it for free for Mbarara district, because this is where it started. Okay? Now, still under the same, we have also, in partnership with Mbarara District Farmers Association, but also the production office, built a farmers database and district agricultural analysis tool again, doing almost the same thing with papers, but this time quite a little bit more. It's supposed to be a database of all farmers in the district, their enterprises, acreage, who is into what, and then it is supposed to help you analyze and put out reports. Which farmers are into this? How is the production in this? Challenges that are being faced around, quite a number of them. Though the tool also links the farmers to financial institutions, markets, but also extension services and also input providers. Now we are also saying, can this be adopted under the production department? Well, this has taken some steps, like I already said. Us getting a seat on the production coordination committee was because of Let's Farm. And the digital tool that Mr. Alex talked about, where GIZ left on the way, is actually Let's Farm app. And we are requesting that please let it be adopted and let's achieve this within this very year. Still under digital transformation, Mr. Planner, under health. So we also have a tool that is past prototype stage, the antenatal and immunization adherence platform called Follow Up. And it's a tool that we might also want to move with. It is ready for piloting, and we are requesting that if we could actually be allowed to pilot it at 2 health centers in Mbarara district. What the tool actually does is you're able equally to track through the help of VHTs, you're able to track which village has how many pregnant women, how many of these are underage, how many of these are HIV positive, how many of these need what. All that analysis for the district can be done by this tool. But also sends reminders to mothers to adhere for these two, immunization and antenatal. And it has a model where mothers save for needs like mother kits and all that. Mothers can save little money, and by the time they give birth, they actually have these in place. The other interest, as he was presenting, was on the objective number 8. It was enhancing productivity and social well-being of the population here in Mbarara. And one of the strategic areas were community mobilization and mindset change, while the other one was innovation, technology, development and transfer. We are lucky that we are also doing a few things in this. Number one is that we launched the Startup Garage. The Startup Garage implements the other 3 focus areas that I already talked about: capacity building, marketing and promotion, but also linking them to financing opportunities. Now we have already reached out to 100+ startups. We've also supported 500 entrepreneurs and also trained 5 startups. 5 startups under this have already also won external grants from this last year, 2021, 2022, and just like that. So we also introduced another important aspect,
the EIT Startups Financing Initiative. We have young people that save with us because we realized ourselves, we are a startup, we may not be able to support other startups, but young people are saving with us, and so far we have 86 youths that save, and we have given out 20M for this year in loans. However, when you add, we have given around 35 million from when the fund started. And our target now is to grow this to 200 youths, but also give loans up to at least 80 million. Now, in the interest of time, we have also created and published at least pro-youth targeted kind of content. That is under EIT Media that you see. EIT Media is a mother also of EIT TV, where we are live right now. And young people are here creating content. Now this is around mindset change, creating content for the fellows, but we also host different mentors to share message that is targeting the young people towards changing their mindset. Now when they talked about Ginger Show, we did exclusive coverage of that. We went with the team of Mbarara District Local Government. If you visit the Facebook page of Mbarara District Local Government, you will be able to watch all that happened in Ginger. That will stay there forever, and that's the niche that we are doing. But we also produced a documentary around, to tell the success story of how Mbarara District farmers are adopting to tractor and general mechanization. That documentary is also out there, and we are glad that through OWC, we are lobbying to have it aired by UBC, which is actually the national broadcaster. So quite a number of things that we believe we can still do with the district around the promotion needs that you may have, but also we could have to work with you and produce a district documentary that also tells success stories of maybe each departments of you, and also telling the world about Mbarara district generally. Now lastly, under the innovation, technology and development, we have also done some quite good work, and I already talked about the 3 innovations that won, but now we are looking at digitalizing key departments within the district. If we are able to be allowed to work with you under digitalization, we could be able to build these digital solutions within our departments. For instance, we have a team of young people at our hub already waiting to use this same technology that we are using to stream to establish virtual labs for our schools here in Mbarara. So that if I cannot access a class of maybe Mbarara Junior, that caliber, we can still take this very system, stream the class, and each and every other gathering that you have of pupils can actually follow and learn from the same. So it is quite a number of them that we believe we should be able to go through with you. Otherwise, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for giving us audience. We only believe that we can move together for the better. Thank you very much. This is an amazing team.
Thank you very much, EIT, and the innovation so far. I think that's the direction for our children, for the youth, to move in the right direction. We have a last presentation from Tasso, and quickly we shall go to the reader. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member of Parliament, the Chair, Mbarara DC, COW, and DHO, protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Joseph Waswa. I work with USAID Local Partner Health Services Project, Ankole Acholi, but Ankole Sub-Region. I am the HIV Care and Treatment Technical Lead and Mbarara Cluster Team Lead. We operate in 12 districts of Ankole, but Mbarara cluster has Mbarara City, Mbarara district, Isingiro, Rwampara, and Tungamo districts. But we have Ibanda cluster where there's Ibanda, Kazo, Chirubura, and Bugwesho, and then Bushenyi cluster where there's Bushenyi, Rubirizi, Mitoma. I think the other one is running away from my mind, but because of time, let me run. Greetings from management, which is not with us today, but I'm going to run through what TASO has done. This is our overarching objective as TASO or as USAID LPHS Ankole to support the public health sector to increase the availability, accessibility, and utilization of quality integrated HIV and TB services in the Ankole sub-region. Ladies and gentlemen, we operate in public health facilities, and we are a direct implementer. So what I'm going to present here, if there are some monies involved, please, we are a direct implementer, meaning this money go to directly to the health workers. Please, let's proceed. These are our objectives. As per the agreement we have with USAID, our funder, we have 5 overarching objectives. One is prevention. So when you go to any public facility in Mbarara district, any service regarding TB and HIV, please reach out to us. So we are there. One of our roles is to offer behavior change and communication in regard to ensure that we prevent HIV. 2 is to offer what we call voluntary medical male circumcision. That has indicated that a man who is circumcised stands 60% chance of not contracting HIV, and please, we even offer it down there at MMC. So if there are some men here, I have a team down there, they can do a quick one. And then 2 is to eliminate mother-child transmission. To eliminate mother-child transmission, what we call the vertical transmission. So it's our role also. Secondly, also, we are screening and managing cervical cancer management in women living with HIV from age 25 to 49. Because data has indicated, or research has shown, that women living with HIV of that age group, the number 1 opportunistic infection that kills them is cervical cancer. So the other prevention is TB preventive therapy. It's our role to ensure we prevent TB. TB is the number 1 killer of people living with HIV. So we have to be good enough with it that it's preventable. So it's our role also. And then finally, provision of post-exposure prophylaxis. This one many of us know actually. I think what we don't know is the pre-exposure. Ladies and gentlemen, these drugs are there in all facilities. Wiziwera, Lubindi, Bukiro, pre-exposure, before you get exposed. So if you have a partner that you love, what we call discordant couples, please, if love wins, don't say her, but please, you can still love each other, you can have children, but you can be on the treatment called pre-exposure prophylaxis. So objective number 2 is the HIV testing services. Now, this one including HIV self-testing services. Originally, many years ago, you used to go to a facility to know your status. Please, ladies and gentlemen, currently you can go to any public health facility, you get a kit. Quickly, the one we use currently is called Orafic. Use it under the mouth within some 2 minutes. But it is a screening tool. So when it reacts, it doesn't mean that you are positive. That's when now you say, let me go to the facility for a confirmatory test. Then also in testing we are targeting what we call the key populations and priority populations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to accept that we have key populations amongst ourselves. Key populations, we mean the female sex workers, we mean the men who have sex with men, we mean the transgender. You hear my voice, I sound a man, but I can be feeling that I'm a woman. They are there and they are among us in Mbarara here. And they are those what we call the drug injecting users. They are people. Our ultimate goal as a world WHO and as a country, Uganda, is to achieve what we call HIV epidemic control by 2030. What we mean is that by 2030, we shouldn't have any new HIV infection. You'll ask me how. That's when I bring in the analogy called U equals U. Undetectable equals to untransmissible. Many of us I'm an Anglican and I'm a strong believer by the actual scripture. But many of us have gone to some of the pastors and what and say you cure HIV. No, they don't cure HIV. What matters is someone has undetectable what? Viral load. So when you have undetectable viral load, it means you can't transmit what? HIV. That's what we mean that by 2030 we don't want any new HIV infection. That's one. Two, by 2030 we don't want any new HIV AIDS related death. We don't want someone to die from HIV or TB due to HIV. We want someone to die from malaria, from accident, from anything. So that's what we mean by achieving what we call HIV epidemic control by 2030. The third one is linkage to care. So when we test and we diagnose those positive, it's our mandate to link them to care. Currently, Uganda is implementing what we call, or what we term test and start. Many of us know where we started from with HIV management. We started by knowing your CD4, you first take Septrin, then you go to CD4 500, then to 250 for you to be initiated on therapies. Currently, when you test positive, even now, I have a system at Wiziwera, at Rubindi, to start you on treatment immediately. And good enough currently, the current treatment is a single pill, which you take once a day. Finally, is on retention, that we have to retain them in care and ensure they are suppressed. Because we retain you in care, you are suppressed, you have what we call U equals to U. And then finally, the last one is building institutional capacity, that's mentorship and capacity building, quality supervision, and then quality documentation, and then sharing knowledge. This we do with the able leadership of the DHO, who has really been very good to us, and the collaboration has been very good. Okay, very good. I'm not going to delay so much, but this is to give you a glimpse. This is the year October 2021 to September 2022. This is what we managed to do in the facilities of Mbarara district. These are public facilities. So what you see there as the total number we tested in Mbarara, we managed to test 16,168, and out of those, 486 were positive. But we managed to enroll, to put what you see as TX new. No. Okay, what you see as TX new, the 478, those are the ones that were positive and we put on treatment. And then finally here, the yield, that's the yield is 3.0%. Now let me speak briefly to the yield. I know one and other politicians, many of us, when we have some occasions, we say we want to test HIV, please, we want to organize. Ladies and gentlemen, the HIV management in the country is over a donor-funded kind of program. So currently, any testing kit you see at a facility is donor-funded, but most importantly, it's data-driven. So we know that at Wiziwera, the catchment area is this. So we know that at this year we shall need to test this number of people. So we are doing what we call targeted HIV testing. We no longer test everyone. We no longer test for. We did that in 2017. Currently, we are doing what we call targeted HIV testing. Meaning, when I wake up and I say, I've gone in the field to test, I'm certainly sure that when I test 10 people, I should be in position to get 3. When you test 10 and you get 0, then it means you've wasted resources. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting you kindly, don't go to health workers and tell them, no, I'm going to explain, it is. Okay, let me briefly explain that. Let me explain that. So, this is what we mean. Targeted HIV testing. Many of you remember in 2016 to 17 to 18, you remember health workers coming to your homes, even schools, playground to send their testing. You remember? For us, medical and in the programs, we called that surge. It was this. Now let me say this. When Trump came into as a president, you know, we are USAID is American. They are funding us. This is off record. So, and you know how he did things. So the issue was we wanted to achieve this by 2030. Actually, we had targets of 2020. You remember the 1990 by 2020? So the question he asked was, why are we waiting for 2020? If they can't achieve it now, no funding. Remember that? So all projects, right southwest, right east, sea, whatever, there was not so by then. Because it was a do or die. Either you achieve the targets, you look for this person and you put them on treatment, or there is not much funding. That's what we did in that time. Now currently we've managed to diagnose most of the people that are like in the open, let me say. Currently we are looking for people who, let me say, use the word hidden. That's what we call targeted HIV testing. And where are we going to get them? One, we are looking for biological children of women living with HIV, aged 0 to 19 years. So if you have any woman who is living with HIV, please, when the politician or a technical person ask, are your children tested? Do you know their status? I was at Nyaruhandaga's yesterday. A woman came to deliver. She's positive. She delivered a child. There's a drug we give the child immediately after delivery to prevent. So they gave the child a drug. After 6 weeks they tested and the child turned positive. You can imagine. And the woman refused to accept that her child is what? Positive. And that's why so the issue is women living with HIV, we want to look for their biological children. That's one. Two, children and adolescents 0 to 19 years, we want to look for their siblings. HIV is still a victimized kind of issue. Many of us don't want to talk about it. And then finally, we are looking for the KPs, key populations, female sex workers, men who have sex with men. Me, I know many of you don't believe that these things are happening. They are here in Mbarara. So let me go because of time. Now, this graph, this map here, you see the previous slide has indicated to us the number of people we diagnosed with HIV. You remember? But now I've made for you a comparison. We are only remaining with 8 years to achieve the HIV epidemic control. So there is a program we call HIV recess testing. When we diagnose you as HIV positive, we go on to do a test that you don't need, but for us as programmers, we use for programming and to offer services. It's called HIV recess. So when you are positive, we want to know you are positive, yes, but is it a recent infection? A recent infection is someone who got infected within a year. That's what we call a recent what? Now, an old infection is someone who has been positive for more than a year. Yes, you can diagnose me today, but I've been positive like for 2, 3, 4 hours. This slide you see, because it is making me go and present to Ntungamo State Council next week. Because in Ntungamo, they are bad enough. All their infections are new. It should be an alarming. Then it means either people are not suppressed in Ntungamo, or why should you go in Ntungamo? Mbarara, when you see where we are, at Mbarara district, we are regulated. So it means the people we diagnosed were not new what? It is somewhat okay. It's not okay, but somewhat what? It means at least we don't have a pocket or somewhere like where we say there is a corner. You go to the next slide and I'll show you. But again in Mbarara we deep dive. You remember we've been in green as overall. Please, am I having people from Rubindi? Yes, brother. So this is, please, whether you're a religious leader, whether you are a politician, we have to go to Rubindi and we communicate. Because this is Rubindi in the entire Mbarara district. The infections that the diagnosis we made last year were all new what? Meaning these are people who were negative in less than a year and they contracted what? And next there is Ranya Mahembe. You see also there. I think we need to Kagonji. We diagnose people, but at least these were people who were positive for more than 2 years. Because of time, let's proceed. Now, I'm not going to waste a lot of time on this, but these are some of the So you go, you just go. This is BMMC, the men we circumcise, and also even when we are doing programming, when DHO is not with this and is supporting us, we no longer even want to circumcise men. We used to circumcise these primary school children, and until this year and last year we changed the format. We are targeting men 15 years to 49. Because we used to go to primary schools, these are people who are not engaging in sex. So we are targeting people who are engaging in what? So men 15 to 49, and all the men who are here, you are my interest. And if I'm looking for my numbers, I wish you can volunteer and we'll see what we do. Let's proceed. Also leave. Now these are the KP. So this is what we do with the KPs, the key populations. So when we go, we have principles. For us, we know where they are. For you politicians, you may not know, but for us, DHO, we know where they are, and we know where to find them. So when we go, we test them. When we test them, what we see as a KP, so those who are positive are put into the normal channel of the usual clients, so putting them on treatment. But the negative ones, because of the nature of their job, the female sex workers, the male who have sex with men, we have what we call the KP prep. KP prep meaning putting them on prep, pre-exposure what? And that is the target, and we manage to achieve it, and we manage to put them on treatment. Let's proceed because of time. Let's go. This is treatment. Let's go. Now, PMTCT also, we managed to achieve the targets for last year because we are aiming to prevent mothers living with HIV to infect their children. When you see green, it means the performance was what? Was good. I'm not going to waste a lot of time here, but I think key to note was on, I'm not seeing it. I wanted to look at the positivity. Okay, because of time. Let's go, because of time. Let's go. TB, ladies and gentlemen, TB is preventable. And the good thing with TB, it may not so mind whether you are positive or negative, though the mostly affected are the positives. So this is what we managed to do, and we managed to achieve most of the targets, but I think with Ziwera, we really need some groundwork here, and I request the support of the politicians and other opinion leaders. And then I think let's proceed. Cervical cancer also, this is the way we performed. We are looking for these mothers living with HIV, age 25 to 49. We screen them. We put what we call the thermocoagulators, the machines that manage to treat them. If the cervical cancer has not passed a certain stage, we manage them at that facility level. But if it has passed a certain stage, we either refer them to the regional referral or MMC down here. Let's proceed. Now, this one, the viral coverage. This is where everything happens now. The U equals to U comes from this line. And you can clearly see that our biggest problem is the 0 to what? To 19. Because when you look at the 20 plus, you can see that all of them here, they are suppressed. With this good performance, it means we are near, for the 20 plus, we are near to achieving U equals to U. But the problem is here. So I'm communicating this because I request for your support. As the health department, we're requesting for your support. Whenever you get an opportunity to get a microphone, please help on this. Let's proceed. Now, I know now, this actually, my presentation, the next few slides, I think now are exactly communicating with the purpose of this meeting. And that's where now, as DASO, in the public health facilities of Mbarara district, this is what we do. We are directly paying 10 data clerks in the facilities of Mbarara district. But these data clerks are not only working on HIV TV. I think let me wait for the handicap to come because what DHO will communicate that they have been supportive in COVID data capture. They have been supportive in capturing any other data that may be required. So we are, and they actually, though we pay them, they are not our staff. They are directly responsibility of DHO and the biostat. So we are just, no, they are under the DHO. So 10, we have counselors. So when you have any issue, psychological issue, please even not hesitate to go to these facilities. Counselors, train the counselors. Not only counseling in HIV TB, but even in another mental health issue. We have peers. These are people living with HIV, supporting our facility. They are 50. Local laboratory, we have one. We have one at Wiziwera, and I think two at Wiziwera. And then the HRH. The entire art clinic of Wiziwera Health Center 4 is overlooked and managed by DASO. This is where I request one chairman, one cow, that our mandate is a 5-year mandate from 2020 to 2025. October we started our 3rd year. I think next year we may try to retain them there, but in year 5, that's 2025, it may be unlikely. So I request, with the support of DHO Wanakau, that we start a plan of either retaining these colleagues that are at Fasi. Otherwise, currently, TASO left today, because it is possible USID may wake up and say, I'm cutting off the fund. I don't know whether Wiziwera at clinic will have anyone. All those people you see there in the art clinic of Wiziwera are managed and funded by TASO. Then the total people we pay are 80 for this procedure. Now, this is where the money comes in. However, DHO and his DHT team have never touched this money and don't touch this money. For us, we're a directive service delivery partner. So this money you are seeing here went directly to health workers. And in this regard, we don't say health workers that TASO pay. Whether it's a nurse, whether it's a facilitator in charge, please, this is the money. The direct costs, when you see, as I'm going to show you, let me first begin with this, the follow-up and back to care. We injected 41 millions plus. It means looking for clients who had missed the appointment, looking for them to come back. We injected 41 plus millions. The KPPP work, the key populations to female sex workers, to offer them services, to look for them, we injected 108 million, 8 million plus. That's October to September. VMMC, that's the circumcision, we injected 42 plus millions. M&E activities, ladies and gentlemen, when you go to these facilities, there's what we call the M&E section, where there are data clerks. Please, we have laptops and computers and we give data. Wiziwera has 3 data clerks. And those computers, data, we are giving them. And we want to believe that also that data helps the facility in other areas. Clinical trainings, that's capacity building. There was this PD campaign, in August. Some of you remember when we used to come looking for these children, biological children, 0 to 19. We injected in 200 plus millions. And then TB services, we injected in 48 and 60 millions. And then data. So in total, for service delivery, last year, October 2021 to September 2022, we injected in these are 500 millions, 33 and plus. Please, health workers are aware. I think also the main basket quiet and I listen to that clap. And if anyone denies, with the authority of the COW and the DHO, I have the data to even what we call deep dive to show who took what. I have that data. So please, I'm not here to I have the information. Let's proceed to the last one. This is the last. Now, these are HR staff that we directly support in Mbarara district, and we pay them salary, we pay them gratuity, we pay payee and other remunerations, actually even NSSF. So this is the total amount. The HRH staff at Wiziwera, we spent on them 175 million plus for their remunerations. The councillors in the 10 facilities of Mbarara district, we spent 531 millions on their remunerations. The PI educators, the 50, we spent 133 millions for their remunerations. The YAPs are the same as peers, that's true, and the YAPs, the cough monitors, the leakage, all those. So in total, we are spending 1 billion and 31 millions to pay the staff you find in the art clinics of public facilities in Mbarara district. I know my handicap didn't come out heavily because ministers just complain that they don't see money for Ebola. Yet USAID is saying we've injected in. So you know how the funders operate. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to stop here and I want to thank the leadership of the district, COW, DHO and your DHT, and the entire Bwana Chair who are in the office, I think, remember, I want to appreciate you and hand over back to the Chair.
A very big fan club. Thank you very much, TASO. I think this has been a very rejuvenating presentation. We are glad. We are going to the end with the presentations, and we shall have a brief plenary. We shall welcome our woman MP to give us comments, and then we shall have our RDC officially closing this conference. Let me take this honor to invite Deputy Cam to take us through the plenary session quickly. Thank you very much.
Members, for the interest of time, we are going to, because we have been listening, noting, and it is now time to share so that we come up with a document which we all feel that it is a document for Mbarara district and it is going to serve our people of Mbarara district local government. So it is now your turn to give us your suggestions, your compliments, so that we finalize this document. Thank you. Who is moving the microphone? There is a hand behind there. Please let's do this session in the shortest possible time. Help me move the microphone. Sorry. The second, where is the second microphone? Okay, start from behind. Just one question and try to be brief and to the point because we are running short of time.
Thank you so much. My name is Adit, Education Officer at Counseling. One of the things we do promote in schools is WASH, and I was very much impressed with the board because they do help us much to promote WASH in schools and the communities. Now my request to board, because they have said that they are building rainwater harvesting tanks at institutions. I do request that if the priority can be given to our schools, because we have very many schools that are in areas which are really water stressed. So that is what I can request from ACORD. Thank you so much.
ACORD has noted that one and they are going to respond. We shall first get a set of questions, they respond, and then we can pick another set. There is town clerk.
They have already given me the microphone. Thank you so much. My name is Roger Saverius, District Council representing Buchura Sub-County. I thank the people who have prepared this document, Mr. Plan and your group. I would like to inform you that there is a design, a water design that was done in Kanjiri, Buchura Sub-County. For all along, it missed coming in the last budget, and now I would wish that you include this so that we have a comprehensive document. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your question has been noted down and they are going to respond. Town clerk, then Chairperson Ubari.
Thank you very much. I'm Mogubia Nelson, Town Clerk, Rubidu Huma Town Council. I thank the planners and the people who developed the document. I only have one concern, which I think if well incorporated, we can move. One, the district runs town councils, I think 5 of them, but when you look at the document, it does not clearly address the needs and the concerns of the town councils. For example, you will all agree with me that in Uganda and many other developing countries, development is faster than planning. I would wish to see like an urban development strategy developed and emanating itself from the urban development policy of 2017. For example, talk about urban environment, waste management, urban sport. The towns are expanding, but we don't have physical development strategies against which we are implementing or forcing the developers to comply. I wish if we could constitute like a team, because I was told in the morning that we shall have a second time around January to have a conclusive document. And lastly, Among the issues that compromise developments in towns is concerned with housing. National Building Review Board has established a guideline where the constructors or the engineers, contractors are checked before they construct people's buildings. How I wish we see Mbarara district local government coming up with a list of those people who are doing development. For example, Nabazarvindi, Bobeka, they go to Mbarara. If you can have a list that have been scrutinized by the district engineer or the district fiscal planning committee, because they don't have any guidance. I would wish to see that happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That one is noted. Chairperson Ubari. Then I turn to this side. I'm going to allow 1, 2, 3 questions. Then we respond to those.
Thank you very much. My question is going to Managing Director, Accord. I don't know whether the Managing Director. You have said that the Accord project is for all of Mbarara district, within Mbarara district. But in your presentation, I didn't say where Mbarara is lying. Is it because Mbarara is the border of Shemba district? You think that this is Shemba? Where is Mbarara in your Accord, your program? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairman, Honorable Edgar, then Secretary of Finance, then Secretary of CBS.
Thank you. My name is Kamasi Edgar from I represent the people of Children Council. I thank the Natural Resources Department because here I see they are training, sensitization, and they do environmental impact assessment. But I would like to forward this, the rate at which our wetlands are being encroached. I would request them to cooperate with the other stakeholders like the RDC's office and other security to do some arrests. Because when we stop on sensitizing, you may teach somebody but you don't force to implement. So let us involve some arrests because the way our wetlands are being encroached, it is alarming.
Thank you. This is the right forum for that concern. Secretary Finance, and then lastly.
Thank you, Chair. My simple observation and concern dwells more on local revenue projection. When I have done my own analysis, there is a big challenge we are facing as a district. When you go direct to page 49, at the revenue, rather local revenue, approved budget, which is 984 million, and revenue realized is 117. It is a very big gap. I don't know how best we are going to fill this. It's good that mayors and chiefs and sub-county chiefs and local councils 3 are here. My question is, whom should we blame for this poor performance in terms of local revenue collection? The taxpayer or the officers who are supposed to collect these taxes? It is a big challenge, and if the district is really to improve its performance, our revenue collection should improve.
Thank you. To Secretary, this side.
Thank you, Chair. Mbarara, Councillor Kashore, the Secretary of Community-Based Services. Observation through you to plan page 35. I'm talking of construction of classrooms block at Akalungu, Chigando, and Mabari. I don't know where Mr. Prana you adapted this figure, while the Committee of Works adapted the 85.7, while you have this 94.7.
Okay. Thank you.
Because since it is in under procurement, people will be misled when they are processing this.
It's going to make that clarification, and the good thing, the head of department in which the project belongs is also here with us. I'm now going to give a chance to only 3 people. Then we answer questions and then we go to another program. Environment officer, then our Madifa man, then lastly this lady from water, and the honorable. Then after we shall answer those questions, and then we go to another program.
Thank you, Session Chair. Mine is just very simple. Whereas Madifa committed itself to support district production coordination meetings, but it's also very important for the district also to integrate it within this particular budget. Because as you have identified, the presentation that came from development partners were enormous, and there is huge contribution they are making where the district do not know. So it is important that we integrate it, and this goes to the production department. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that's why this time we have decided to invite all stakeholders so that whatever they present, we integrate them in our district budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, Environment Officer. I'm appreciative of the development partners for the good work. Accord, I thank them very much, but I want them to because in order not to have this kind of duplication of activities, we need to be very much closer to them. They should come to us, and we go to them so that we know which areas they are undertaking activities, so that we don't put our resources, because the district has meager resources, so that if they are working for instance in Kashare, do undertaking environmental management, say restoration, then as a district we shall not go there. Only we can only do backstopping. Secondly, on aid, I request aid that natural resources, we should really have this process which we are doing under production, so that we develop a tool to identify those hotspots, degraded areas, so that we can know even the adjacent people, those who are degrading them, and those ones which are still natural, so that it can help us for purposes of monitoring. Then finally, to the sub-county chiefs, the chairperson 03, and the town councils and the mayors. Management of wetlands and environment in general is a centralized function. So you should not put everything to us. It is a centralized function, and it is a directive from the president that a sub-county or the town council must ensure that the wetlands are protected. Therefore, in your budgets, please kindly put the funds for environment. You have the parish chiefs. The parish chiefs know where these wetlands are, and they know with the people who are degrading. Making arrests can be done by every person, because protecting the environment, it is a universal activity that must be undertaken by each and every person.
Thank you. Thank you. So in other words, environmental issues are issues of every leader at every level. As simple as that. Let's end with the honorable this side. Okay. And then lastly, members, you agree with me that we don't have enough time, so we shall only take this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Easton Mwine Wamafa are my names. My concern is one. Here at page 12, I'm looking at the challenges faced by the finance department, especially on the district performance for financial year 2021-2022. As the minister is also saying that who is to blame? There is a challenge that delayed adaptability of taxpayers and key staff about the integrated revenue administration system, IRAS. I'm among the leaders of this district. But I normally hear this IRAS as a what? In rumors. And yet in my area, I have the taxpayers. They normally confront us as leaders. We don't have anything to say about it. We were not sensitized. I myself am telling the truth. At least if we are to move, propel forward as a district, we need to be sensitized, so that we also sensitize our fellow leaders at the grassroots and our taxpayers in our location, in our areas. This is very important. So this is a recommendation that you are going to sensitize taxpayers without us leaders being sensitized. I don't support that.
Thank you. Lastly, there is a lady there. Okay, you are going to allow me so that we first answer this set, then maybe you can make some adjustments later.
Thank you so much. I'm called Adit Naume. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment and Rural Department. Our grant goes through the district local government. I have two questions. One goes to Bwana Kao. You vote for me, but now I have to ask you. In the presentation, I saw there are some projects which are supposed to be done this financial year, and we are supposed to have awarded contracts, that is underwater, by 31st of October, but I see procurement on process. So how shall we handle that? Because the delays will always affect our implementation. If contractors were already awarded, we expected by November we start the works. By the next quarter, we are done. So that will save time for the liability period and planning for other activities. Second question goes to Alex Mbadifa. Mbadifa, there are some activities you're doing. Is it farmer secondary something? I see Rubaya. The only sub-county missing. What could be the issue? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us first respond to this set of concerns, then maybe we shall come back. And
let me answer my sister now. Now, you know, members, the whole first quarter of the financial year, we didn't receive any single government coin from the center. And for that matter, no one was very, very sure even the second quarter would get money. So we halted a bit. We couldn't go ahead and advertise. But now having gotten the monies, we have moved ahead and advertised. The procurement process was concluded well. They closed the bidding last week. This week or next week, the contracts committee and evaluation committee will work on the process, and before 15th we will have awarded. So be rest assured, we are moving forward, and that was the reason even all other projects like even the works, education, and etc. Because we had not gotten the town Karaka Ruvindi, every other place now is, of course, given the other act that every place is planning and development entity. So now, my brother, today we had a district budget conference. Chairperson, while he was here, he alluded on that and said, all of you should go back and hold your budget conferences. Get your budget conferences, put in whatever you want to put in, and immediately submit to this. The matter of today is not a matter of questions and etc. It is a matter of getting information from you, and the information the Secretariat is compiling. Then that's so. So that is the essence of budget conference. It is not, budget conference means that very day you bring in all your inputs, and the Secretariat compiles and submits and starts the budget process. I hope now every other town council or sub-county must get into its own budget conferences and get those facts and submit to the district, and then the district finally submits to the national conference budgets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kao. Before we, but members, as guided by Kao, Actually, we expect your suggestions to be in this form. Like you have not included this, I'm suggesting it should be included. So contributions, because that's why we have presented, so that you say, we can change here and do it this way. So, but some of the concerns we are going to planning and finance, especially revenue collection and the IRAS, then the accord and I think Mbadifa. So we are going to respond, briefly respond, and then we move on. Bwana Brand.
Thank you, Session Chair. The concern which were directed to Planning Department are two. One of them was that there was a divergence in the estimated costs for construction of teachers' houses and classroom blocks between what was considered in this current budget and what is proposed in the next budget. I want every one of us to note that currently we are experiencing some kind of inflation, and there is a general rise in the prices. In the planning and the budgeting, because we are forecasting what we're going to do in the coming period, which still has like a year or so, this is why you have to cater for that possibility of increase in the rates of construction. Another thing which I want to inform the person who has raised this matter is that the final price will come from the quotations of the contractors when an advertisement is made and people will be competing. So we shall go for the least cost bidder or the best evaluated bidder to have those projects done. And the price can even be much lower than the info that has been mentioned. Second, in regard to local revenue enhancement, this is a concern for all of us, and we have suggested a number of measures that include conducting of assessments, coming up with income generating projects, and ensuring that we sensitize people on how this IRAS works. And this IRAS is a new program that is being implemented by URA to help us improve on collection of taxes. Increase in local revenue is a two-way process. First of all, there should be effective ways of assessment and collection of these taxes, which URA is doing on our behalf. And secondly, it is empowering communities and the private sector to do better businesses and improve their production and their value addition activities, so that the incomes and taxable capacity can increase. That's when we shall be able to increase on our revenues.
Thank you. CFO, briefly, and then we go to accord, then Mbadifa.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the issue of IRAS training. With IRAS training, I think we have some smaller budget line. Is it so, Senior Finance Officer? We can arrange and see how to bring on board various stakeholders, including political leaders. Then the other issue is on, as a supplement to the district planner, is the collection of revenue and revenue management is everybody's responsibility, including the local governments. The chairman, 83, the sub-county chiefs, the parish chiefs, is all of us, all political leaders. So chona nechitu, after all nkesente nyingi, tam kansole twara 100%, sub-county twara 65%. Tokurengwe effort ya mane kare na go one. So let us team together. The good thing we have brought to the system of IRAS, which we shall maybe educate you on, but the major advantage is that it reduces leakages. Water shashwire tokumona receipt, unlike before, when maybe people, maybe there were leakages, but now you have to first pay before you get the receipt. That's the major important advantage with the IR system, which we shall maybe educate you on. Thank you.
Thank you. The good thing we have chairperson, LOC3s, and the mayors with their accounting officers. So when you go back, please see how we can all improve on revenue collection. So the court still here, they had a concert, then Badifa. So the code issue, we are going to note it down and it will be presented to them.
Thank you, my sister Nome, for that question. Number one, Mbadifa is a membership-based organization. So when we are planning, we look at membership base and how they have subscribed. But the other embedded issue is secondary level associations. They are marketing associations at the parish level. So we first assess the needs of the groups and the readiness to form an umbrella cooperative. So we are going to handle them in 2024 financially. Thank you.
Members, I know there are many concerns that are still there. So I'm going to advise that in case you have a concern, note it down on a piece of paper, forward it to the secretariat. It's going to be captured, and then we shall include it in our document. Yes, let's I think let's do it that way, because we are running short of time, and I'm going to take this opportunity and invite our Honorable Member of Parliament to give her speech, and then she will also help us and invite the... Okay, I'm guided. You're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wana RDC, I think the cow has stepped out. Fellow leaders, both the technical and the political wings, development partners, I will once again say good evening. I want to take this opportunity to thank the cow of this district who happened to invite me for this morning, for this meeting, after I had called him to discuss on some of the issues that were concerning some pensioners who had approached me. So as we were talking, it was like, we have a meeting tomorrow. But because of the attachment that I have on issues to do with budgets, I said I will spare some time and come. So, though I was not formally invited, I'm here, and I thank God for that. I have looked at the three objectives of this budget conference, and it was discussing the budget and work plan performance of last financial year, then presenting the Q1 performance of the current year, 2022-2023, and to present the proposed budget priorities for the next financial year. Looking at this, I realize that as a district, we do a lot of work. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for the work that you do. I was looking at that book, but my worry is one and my concern in this area is one. We do a lot of work, but we do not identify the work we do. We do not identify ourselves with the work we do. And my question is, how do we identify ourselves with the work that we do in our respective capacities? Our people in communities do not know what we do. As councillors, as technical people, we have lobbied for activities. We have put up schools, staff quarters at different primary schools, at health facilities, but none of our people know that they are there. And as a councillor of a district, everyone asks you, what have you done? As a member of parliament, some people are asking, what have you done? The question remains, Mbarara DC, how do we work together with the district, with your office, with the office of LC5 chairperson, with the members of parliament, and together with the development partners? How can we put up, for example, sub-county barazas so that our people get to know what we do? Where we can invite Carl with his technical staff to Mbarara sub-county headquarters, all LC3 chairperson, rather LC2 chairpersons are invited, the councillors at that level are invited, and we tell people what we have done in their respective sub-county. When Mbarara is done, we go to Rubaya. And we inform people that you're seeing staff quarters, you're seeing this and this. I've been hearing people saying we do not have agricultural offices in this sub-county. But when we sit on a sub-county as leaders, where the agricultural officer is, where the planner is of the district, where the sub-county chief is, and they explain to people, they will know that the government is doing something. Otherwise, we are going to do work and nobody will ever know what we are doing. Yet every day there is work being done. I request your office, Mbarara DC, to be facilitated and we do this work together. That is one. Secondly, I want to say that the local governments make budgets. And the central government will always fund the budgets that you have made. But I want to say this, that the money we budget for will never be enough. We need to lobby. We need to look for other monies from other areas. And I want to take this opportunity in that line to thank our development partners. You imagine the staff that TASO is paying under the health sector. If they were not being paid by TASO, how will the district pay them? I want to thank you, Mbadifa. Though in this line, I will still request you to tackle the issue of food security. I have seen what you have presented, but there is a lot of food shortage within our district. Unfortunately, the district has the capacity to produce enough food for its people and the surrounding districts. But there is a problem. Very few people are involved in farming compared to those that eat, especially at family level. You will agree with me, all of you who are here, that as we are growing up, we used to grow crops, we used to dig in our respective homes. But your own children right now do not know where the family gardens are. You find only a woman in a household is the one digging for the whole family. But if I don't know how you're going to sensitize people that children during holidays should get back to farming. Household members are 8, but the person who is growing crops for the 8 members of the family is only the woman in the household. We need to sensitize our people Otherwise, we are going to run short of food as we go on. I was talking about something to do with the lobbying. One reason I wanted to attend this budget conference is that once I know what has been budgeted for in Mbarara district, when I sit on the committee that I sit on in Parliament, I will know what my district wants. Mbarara district has a chance that I, as a woman member of Parliament, I sit on Health Committee. Honorable Nathan Itungo sits on Education Committee. Honorable Basil Bataringaya sits on Finance Committee. And those are the three areas that I think matter most when it comes to budgeting, especially for service delivery. Now, if you sit here as a district and you do not invite us as members of Parliament, how are we going to fight for the budgets when the budgeting begins in Parliament? There is no way we will know. But if we know that Mbarara district has budgeted for staff quarters on different health facilities, as I sit on the Committee of Health and the budget review is being done, I will strongly support staff quarters building under Ministry of Health, because I know that part of these houses are going to my district. I don't know whether you get me right. So kindly inform us and kindly invite us as your leaders at that level to always go through in these budgets with you. But I'm glad and happy that I've gone with that book. I will sit and analyze it and know where I fall. I know where my fellow members of Parliament fall, and we will ensure that what you're budgeting for, we continue to lobby for it. I want to tell you that when we are sitting on those different committees, I think things have changed. Each one of us pulls to their respective districts. If you don't open your eyes, you'll find that you have nothing in the national budget as far as your district is concerned. So kindly involve us, kindly let us know, so that we lobby knowing your budget at the district and how it stands. I don't want to speak a lot, but I want to take this opportunity once again to thank you for the work that you're doing and encourage you that let's work together, put up meetings where our people will know what we are doing. Otherwise, we will work and nobody will appreciate, not because they don't want to appreciate us, but they don't know what we are doing. I say all this for God and my country.
No problem. Thank you so much, our woman MP for the district. Once again, our MP, the LC5 chairperson, representative, and the executive members, the COW, and the technical officers present, the deputy COW, the LC3 and town council mayors present, the councillors, the CDOs, sub-county chiefs, our partners, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Time is not our best ally. I will summarize. I had planned to speak for a long time, but I'm going to use a few minutes because time is not our best ally. I would like to take this opportunity to first thank you for turning up towards this. Some people are asking for my name. I'm surprised that some don't know me. My name is Mbabas Rogers, RDC Mbarara District. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for turning up towards this important event, the budget conference. This was timely,
and I'm glad that most of you, I'm glad that almost everyone is here. This shows that this shows the love that we have for our district as far as development and NDP3 is concerned. As you are all aware, the theme for NDP3 is industrialization for inclusive growth, employment and wealth creation. Now that we have all discussed, we've had a wide range of discussions, there is a need for all of us to play our roles. Everyone has got his or her respective role according to the respective departments that you belong to. Let us contribute towards realization of NDP3. And how are we going to do it? We must enable private investors in our district. I'm saying that because several times in different districts